Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand stage of the Ultimate Pitch Season X, a platform where we welcome change makers, innovators, and those who dare to dream. A platform where we truly believe that ideas are no one's monopoly. Today, the future of business is about to unfold before our eyes. With immense pride, I'm Enal Singh.
And I, Abhay Ahuja.
Warmly welcome you to the milestone year, the Ultimate Pitch Season X.
Wow, season X, huh? You know, Meenal, what they say when you reach 10 seasons? It means that you're officially a legend.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 10 seasons, Abhay. That's a decade of brilliance, innovation, fierce competition, and game-changing ideas. I mean, this is where the brightest of minds of tomorrow show up, ready to prove that they are not just dreamers, but doers.
And Meenal, this is the ultimate pitch we're talking about. These young, hungry minds are about to represent their innovative ideas to the country's top business leaders. I mean, it's epic. This is their chance to turn their dreams into reality. They're here to show what they're made of: creativity, resilience, and the kind of ambition that will set them apart from the rest. That's what makes this event exciting. Every pitch could be a game changer, and every national finalist could be the one to leave us all speechless.
Well, speaking of leaving us speechless, let's not forget the audience, Abhay. You guys are just as much part of the action today. Your energy, your support, it means the world to our national finalist teams. We would like to give you, our audience that is present here, either in GeoTalks or through the Pan India live stream, an opportunity to vote for your favorite team. Yesterday, at the Idea Fair, our teams put in a tremendous amount of effort to pitch their idea to Reliance employees and gather their votes. But for those who missed it, we shall be displaying the QR code for the voting on screen at regular intervals. Please make sure you show some love to your favorite team and help them win the Popular Choice Award.
And let's not forget, the winners today don't just walk away with pride and glory. They're walking away with a chance to turn their dream into reality. Well, I'm ready to see the vision these contestants bring. And I hope you all are too. Because we're about to get started with Season X of the Ultimate Pitch. Let the game begin.
But before we move on, let's take a moment to celebrate the true stars of the day. Presenting to you, the top 10 national finalist teams of TUP. I kindly request each team to stand as they are being introduced. First up, we have team Adapt Apparels from XLRI Jamshedpur.
Next up, we have team Alchemists from Masters Union School of Business.
Next, we have team Carbon X from Irma, Gujarat.
Next, we have Celestia from IMI New Delhi.
Next, we have team Lucknowi's from IIM Lucknow.
We have team Miradors from IIFT Delhi.
Moving on, we have team Pitch Curse from IIM Bangalore.
Then we have team 001A from IIM Rohtak.
Next, we have team Churche from NMIMS Navi Mumbai.
And last but definitely not the least, we have team TUP Barsa Pani from Maika Ahmedabad. Meenal, you know, I can already feel the energy. Just look at their faces. Everyone is ready to bring their A game in. The journey has been long, but today, the future of innovation is about to unfold right before our eyes.
10 years ago, we embarked on an incredible journey, one that defies boundaries, driven by the spark of dreams and the power of visionary ideas. It's been a journey where innovation knows no limits, where dreams take flight, and where the impossible becomes the next big breakthrough. Today, we celebrate the boldest innovators and the ultimate dreamers, those daring enough to shatter boundaries and fuel the fire of curiosity. After a decade of promoting this entrepreneurial spirit amongst our youth, and we are here at the pinnacle of innovation.
Well, it is rightly said. Innovation is the unrelenting drive to break the status quo and develop anew where few have dared to go. With this thought in mind, we curated the TUP Season X video. So why don't we have a look at that?
Wow, that was really inspiring.
It was. The ultimate pitch has turned this vision into reality by offering a platform for brilliant minds from B schools across the country to unite and present their innovative ideas. Ideas designed to tackle real world problems with the potential to shape the future.
Absolutely, Abhay. This journey till Season X has quite a phenomenal one for TUP itself. With humble beginnings, TUP started off with just about 150 ideas from 500 odd students across 16 participating campuses. Today, the TUP community has grown over tenfold. How about we take a look at the progress of TUP with this video? This season, TUP has touched the heights and minds of over 22,000 students across 400 institutes, with almost 2,000 ideas being submitted through this platform. Audience, please let this sink in for a moment. Our top 10 finalists have competed with almost 2,000 ideas to reach the ultimate stage today. Each team underwent 3 intense rounds of evaluations. To support them along the way, we provided a unique idea workshop led by our GeoGenX leadership, helping to nurture the concepts of all registered teams. We are extremely grateful to have had CEOs and founders of renowned owned startups that Reliance has partnered with to have mentored our top 10 national finalist teams before the grand finale. It has been a proud journey watching these finalists grow throughout the competition, and today they are able to showcase the prototypes and blueprints and pitches of their innovative ideas.
So now, let's all take a moment to celebrate the journey so far and to celebrate our top 10 teams that have made it to this grand finale of the Ultimate Pitch Season X. You all deserve a huge round of applause. And I'm sure it must have been an extremely daunting task for the jury to finalize these 10 unconventional ideas. And just by looking at these confident faces, I have no doubt that they're ready to light up the stage.
So today, on this grand day, it's going to be our tough and your pitch. And with the stakes this high, let's talk about the prizes as well. The team that claims the title of the ultimate winner today will take home a grand cash prize of 6 lakh rupees. The ultimate runner-up won't leave empty-handed either, walking away with a whopping 3 lakh rupees. And let's not forget the Popular Choice Award, which will earn the winning team 1 lakh rupees. And that's not all. For Season X, it wasn't just about the winners. Our semi-finalists were given a truly unique opportunity. They took part in the assessments, receiving detailed individual reports that highlighted their strengths and areas for growth. But we didn't stop there. These semi-finalists also had an exclusive chance to interact with the leadership at Reliance, opening the door to secure pre-placement offers at Reliance Industries. And today, we are thrilled to announce the results of those PPOs later in the event. So stay tuned.
So well, without further ado, let's get the show started. But hold on, what's a competition without a jury? Ladies and gentlemen, here's presenting the Stellar Six, our grand jury for TUP Season X. First up, we have Nitin Seth. He has over 30 years of experience in the automotive industry. He has over 30 years of experience in the automotive industry in the realms of sales, marketing, and product development in domestic and international markets. Prior to joining RIL, he was Chief Operating Officer at Ashok Leyland and has been associated with leading automobile companies throughout his career. An alumnus of BITS Pilani and a postgraduate in business management from University of Mumbai, Nitin is a recipient of the prestigious Fulbright CII Fellowship from Carnegie Mellon University. He has also undergone his leadership training at Harvard Business School. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, Nitin.
Next, we have Brian Bate. With over 30 years of extensive experience in retail across the USA and India, Brian, the Chief Executive of Reliance Digital, has a proven track record of building businesses from the ground up and scaling them rapidly across diverse geographies. Under his leadership, Reliance Digital has expanded to every corner of India, creating long-term enterprise value by seamlessly integrating technology and personalization to deliver an exceptional customer experience. It's an honor to have you with us today.
Next up, we have Tanya Chaitanya, a passionate advocate for sustainability and inclusivity. Tanya is the President for Digital Diversity Initiatives at Reliance and the CEO of Her Circle. Prior to this, she served as the Editor-in-Chief and CCO at Femina India. At Femina India, she played a key role in transforming the country's largest selling women's magazine into India's leading women's digital platform, achieving a remarkable 7x growth. In her current role with Reliance and Jio, Tanya focuses on building digital communities to drive inclusion and empowerment through technology. She has been recognized with several prestigious awards, including 5 UNFPA Ladli Media Awards. Tanya, it's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Moving on, we have Anil Jairaj, President at Jio Home Digital Services. Anil brings 30 years of experience in leading teams across both B2C and B2B businesses. With a background as an engineer and an MBA, he has worked in a variety of sectors, including media, fuels, adhesives, and lubricants. Anil was previously the CEO of Viacom 18 Sports, where he managed the Sports 18 TV channels and Geo Cinema Sports. In this role, he oversaw all key functions of the sports business, including revenue, marketing, content, and operations. Before joining Viacom 18, Anil held roles at Star Sports, Pidilite, Castrol, and BP in both India and the UK, focusing on sales and marketing, operations, and business development. Anil, we are delighted to have you with us here today.
We are thrilled to have Karan Suri on the jury. He leads strategy, corporate development, partnerships, and investments for the new energy business at Reliance Industries Limited. He is part of the chairman's office, where he drives initiatives shaping the future of sustainable energy. Prior to Reliance, he had a stellar career in investment banking with Morgan Stanley and Rothschild, advising on high-profile mergers and acquisitions. An MBA from IIM Bangalore and a CFA charter holder, Karan combines world-class academic credentials with extensive experience across industries. His strategic insights and leadership provide invaluable guidance to the participants, reflecting our commitment to excellence. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, Karan.
Our last and final jury member is none other than the CHR of Reliance Hydrocarbons, Ashwini Prashara, who needs little introduction. Ashwini is an HR leader with over 30 years of global experience with expertise in driving HR transformation, change management, capability building, and industrial relations. He's the quintessential example of where hard work and passion can lead you. He joined the Reliance family in 2004 and has since headed a gamut of HR functions. Ashwini is an avid reader, binges on World War documentaries, and I'm sure a lot of you will agree that he's also a great shire. Ashwini, as always, it is a great having you on the grand jury today.
So teams, get ready. We are confident our jury will make this engaging and challenging, and we need you to give your best shot. With that, we are almost ready for the ultimate game, but like any other game, we need to have some ground rules. So, please keep your phones on silent mode and avoid chatting during presentations. Please also restrict your movements during the pitches, as it may distract the teams. For the teams coming to the stage, here is something to keep in mind. Each team gets 3 minutes to showcase their video, 3 minutes to pitch their idea to the jury, followed by 1 minute to showcase their prototype or a blueprint. The jury will then put your pitch to the test through a Q&A, which will last for 5 minutes. So please keep your answers crisp. Teams and jury, I would request you to keep an eye on the timer so that you don't overshoot.
So with that, teams, it's time. Let's get started with the ultimate pitch. First up, we have from the vibrant streets of Jamshedpur to the halls of XLRI, please welcome Shimantika Das from Team Adapt Apparels. Her mission is to transform value fashion in India with stylish, adaptive clothing that's both inclusive and functional. Mentored by Manjula Tiwari, CEO of Cover Story. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Hi, I'm Shimantika Das, and like every other modern 25-year-old, I like my outfit to be two things. First, fashionable, and second, a true reflection of who I want to be seen as someone who's strong and someone who's independent. However, in January of 2024, I was faced with a very rude awakening when I broke my leg for the first time. Being in a cast and being in a wheelchair for over 6 weeks, I came to realize just how difficult it is for disabled people to dress themselves. This time also helped me empathize a lot with my nanny, who had recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's syndrome. For her, everyday menial and trivial tasks like buttoning up her shirt or zipping up her pants are now incredibly difficult owing to her fading motor skills. This time helped me realize that there's no fashion brands, labels, or clothing out there that cater to the needs of the disabled and old age population in India. There is no clothing brand out there that are dressing people with different abilities. This brings us to this moment right now where I pitch to you Adapt Apparels. Adapt Apparels is an adaptive clothing brand for people of different abilities. The market overview says that according to CMAI, the Indian value fashion segment is $16 billion in size with a CAGR of 8.2% owing to repeated repurchases. According to the Census of India, the disabled and old age population is 200 million people in size with a CAGR of 1 to 1.5%. This means that our target audience of value fashion segment for people of disabled and old age categories is not only large but it also steadily grows. However, a overview also is in our favor. When we look at disability representation in media in India alone, increased by over 20% from 2018 to 2021. We also saw that when Tommy Hilfiger launched their Pioneer adaptive clothing brand, they did $30 million of sales in year one alone. What this means is that the market is not going through a phase or is not going through a fad. It's going through a foundational revolution that is changing the way accessibility and affordability is seen in the market. How does a brand like Reliance benefit from it? Well, we already have existing in house synergies to the tune of fashion, fabric, design, sales and distribution, advertisements, and technology. With brands like Trends, Only Vimal, and Ajio under our belt, we are very well equipped to venture into the adaptive fashion market. Adaptive fashion, in and of itself, is not reinventing the wheel. It's just fabric and design innovations in the current fashion offerings that we have to the tune of antimicrobial fabrics, thermal regulating fabrics, while incorporating for design innovations like magnetic closures, Velcro, and hook loop fasteners, while having seated wear designs. Now, how does a brand like Reliance benefit from it? While we not only will bring about creative destruction in the adaptive clothing industry, we'll also be the first mover in the value fashion adaptive segment. We'll have incredible brand expansion under the Reliance umbrella while having a largely scalable idea which has huge space for innovation, modification, and invention. We also build trust and loyalty among our customer base while gaining from economies of learning and economies of scale. We can also leverage our existing synergies, partnerships, and ambassadorships to create an unparalleled innovative experience for the disabled and old age population. The idea is simple. It is to empower people through empathy while driving home the point that they may be different, but they are never less.
All right, panel. So picking up right where we left off, when we start off in year one, we'll try to focus on mobility and physical different abilities, as well as sensory and communication different abilities, while covering the two key archetypes. As we expand, we'll be looking at covering the next three archetypes. So a total of 5 archetypes that cover the entire spectrum of different abilities and old age. Looking at tier 1 and tier 2 cities as our customer segment, we'll be focusing on 18 to 35-year-old disabled population while focusing on the value fashion shoppers. Now, why is that? It is because in the recent times, we've seen that there's an upsurge in gross disposable income in India to the tune of almost 15% over the last 5 years. We also see that this segment particularly has a strong affinity to repurchase, has a strong loyalty towards social consciousness as well, and it's extremely budget conscious. What this also shows us is that not only has the segment grown by over 10% in the last year, we've also seen that they're family shoppers. What that means is while we target this particular segment, we're addressing not only grandkids but also grandparents as a shop for everyone in the family. Our value proposition remains constant. We're trying to empower people through empathy and make them truly independent. We're focusing on two key user cases here. One is teen Annie. She's differently abled, she's autistic, and she's wheelchair bound. All she wants is to fit in with her peers. She just wants to fit in with her friends and wear trendy clothes all by herself. Then we're also looking at Granny Mamta. She's old and she has arthritis, but she's made to feel even older because of all the limited fashion available for old age people in the market. This is what we're trying to address here. Looking at our market strategy and competitor landscape, we can see that there's no competitors in the value fashion adaptive clothing segment in India. In India, the current adaptive clothing segment is premiumly priced, which means that affordable and accessible clothing is not an option for people, which is the untapped market we're trying to hit here. Looking at our online marketing strategy, we'll be trying to focus on influencer collaborations with differently abled advocates like Ira Khan, with a following of over 1.2 million people, while also focusing on content marketing, streamlining it to SEO and SEM in the first year, since this is traditionally the way people are still looking for adaptive clothing in India. We'll also look at e-commerce and leverage our in-house platform like Agio to not only give us immense brand recognition online, but also give us a platform to demonstrate our offering. Looking at our offline marketing strategies, we'll be focusing on extensive community engagement, such as visiting old age homes, rehabilitation centers, and special schools, so that people can get a taste of what adaptive clothing can do for them if made accessible for them. In-store strategies can start with something as little as having a mannequin on display that's on wheelchair, showing visual displays of accessible apparel, highlighting various current trends, which is what our offering is. Finally, we'll also be leveraging our retail and cross-promotion partnerships, like our current partnership with Lakme Fashion Week. This will give us a platform to not only start a conversation about adaptability, but also give us a platform to bring to the media and mass conversation just how important it is to bring about accessibility in fashion as well. Partnering with events, influencers, and local representatives will boost brand awareness and give first mover advantage across localities. Looking at our operational analysis, we can see that's not reinventing the wheel in terms of the supply chain. However, we will be focusing heavily on marketing and sales, customer service and feedback, and continuous improvement to make us not only the top performer in the value fashion adaptive segment, but also keep us up with the trends and seasonality that we want to offer. However, I'd like to highlight here that it is not reinventing the wheel. It's not new technological breakthroughs that we need. It's just fabric and design innovations that we need to make clothing more accessible. Looking at our value chain key factor areas, we'll be looking at selective vertical integration to not only benefit from the in-house economies of scale, but also the extensive economies of learning that we've harnessed over the years in terms of fashion and in terms of fabric. We're also entering a blue ocean, wherein we're not only providing a very niche offering, but also opening up the door for competitors to enter, and we're ready to fight for our place. We'll also have a sustainability focus, since our target audience is also sustainable, curious, and sustainability conscious. We'll focus on ethical labor practices, environmental impacts, and corporate social responsibilities. Finally, looking at the financials, our main goal at the end is to have extensive weekly product refresh rate to the tune of almost 60% to keep us not only relevant, but also incredibly competitive in the value fashion segment. We're also trying to enter the private label arena so that we can maximize our profit margin and gain a competitive edge in the market. Finally, coming over to our prototypes, this is what we're trying to offer. We're trying to offer seated wear design so that people on wheelchairs, for example, can also dress themselves, but most importantly, dress themselves by themselves. We're offering magnetic closures and Velcro closures as opposed to zippers and buttons, so that people with mobility issues are also able to, again, dress themselves by themselves. And finally, looking at fabric innovations, for starters, we're looking at sensory friendly fabrics so that people with sensory issues and fidgeting issues also, again, to reiterate, are able to dress themselves, most importantly, by themselves. Finally, looking at our marketing prototypes, in the picture here, we're able to see how we're trying to leverage our platform like Agio to give us extensive online representation and give us a platform for large-scale brand awareness. Finally, leveraging our partnerships with Lakme Fashion Week, we'll be able to show the designs in real time on people with different abilities. The
Sorry
idea...
to cut in, Shimant. We have already overshoot.
All right, I'm so sorry,
we'll
but this brings me to the end of my presentation.
We'll
I'll be happy to
with the
take
questions right away.
Sure.
We've already overshot the time.
Sure,
right?
thank you so much.
you.
Okay, very exciting idea. I feel that this space needs to be looked at for sure. My question to you is the fact that you're talking about magnetic buttons and you're talking about Velcro closures. What tends to happen there is that the cost of the product goes up. It's not that designers have not thought through about things like these, but just the construction of a fabric of this nature is a very time-consuming process. Labor needs to be, sort of trained for this, and also the acquisition of these kind of closures, etc. So, have you thought through that? Is my first question. And the second is, if you have seen the market for plus-sized wear, it has ceased to exist. It was a very big thing a decade ago, but most of the designer brands and labels have actually now, just increased their sizing such that, you get the variety from, say, a designer or a label, but you also get a larger size. So when a specific, I'm sure you've heard of a brand called All, which used to be a plus size brand, but that couldn't fight its way through. So have you thought through on both these aspects?
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much for the question. To start off with answering the first question, yes, I do understand that this
goes beyond catering to those who don't consume alcohol. It's also about empowering those who are ready to move away from it, offering them a fresh and exciting alternative. The Indian non-alcoholic beverage segment is growing at an impressive rate of 7% CAGR, almost keeping pace with the country's GDP growth.
Celestia merges the rich authenticity of Indian tradition with a flair of modern mocktail culture, creating a beverage that feels both familiar and is refreshingly new. Celestia isn't just a drink, it's a statement. It's a vision to make a non-alcoholic beverage not just an option, but at the centerpiece of social gatherings across India. And why brand it under Campo Cola? Because Campo Cola is more than just a name. It's a legacy, it carries with it a legacy, it's a symbol of trust and nostalgia. And leveraging the Campo Cola's existing manufacturing capabilities and distribution channels allows us to scale faster and reach customers far and wide. So how do we capture the market? The generation we're targeting, the 18 to 35 age group, values not just the taste, but the purpose and the It is fine. I think we can go ahead with the Q&A.
Okay, I'll go first, I guess.
Yeah, please.
Okay, remember I'm not from, India, in case you didn't know, so pretty straight talker. I don't mean to, not that sound bad or anything. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't understand. I don't think you have a product here. I don't see any product. So you have an idea for a product, but you're saying that it's going to be healthy and good tasting, but you have to make that before I would be willing to invest in something. I mean, anybody can say that. I don't see any formula or something to try. So it's hard to kind of think of an investment in just an idea for that. The other is, I don't know that you've established the market for this, because you mentioned that non-alcoholic beverages have grown by a lot, but that is primarily, I'm sure, 90% energy drinks, number one. Nor, I don't think so, current mocktails are very high in sugar. They're not healthy. So I don't even think there's, I don't even know if you can do this, is what I would be. You've not demonstrated any way that gives a confidence that you could even invent a new drink that was both tasty, cheap, and healthy, and that there's a market for it. So my analysis would kind of stop there, I guess, unless you could answer those questions.
Thank you so much for the question. Regarding the product as of such, yes, it is an idea in vision. We don't have a final product as of now, but we're pitching it for Campo Cola to adopt it as a sub-brand, because Campo Cola actually has the manufacturing capabilities and distribution and logistics in hand. And regarding the health factor that we've factored in, we are planning to use natural sweeteners and very little amount of artificial sweeteners, almost nil amount of artificial sweeteners. And regarding the market opportunity that we have, yes, I agree to the fact that soft drinks and health drinks share a major chunk of the market growth opportunity that we see, but mocktail lines, but the opportunity for mocktail is actually growing at an equal pace, around 6.2% annually. So this is a market that we can tap into. And when we actually did a survey on the age group that we've targeted, 18 to 35, we've asked them to, we've given them a few seconds and asked them to recall a mocktail line that they know, an established mocktail line, but they were not able to do so. So that gives us the realization that there is no brand recall value for any brand that exists. And this is a market that we can really tap into with Campo Cola's help.
Just to follow up on that,
Sure.
because it seemed to contradict your original statement. So if you're using artificial sweetener, how is it healthy?
No.
And if you're not, well, but the healthy part is fruit, right? Yeah. And the fruit is high in fructose sugar, right?
There's no artificial sweetener used.
There's no artificial sweetener used in
Natural, like for example,
but
stevia.
it does produce natural sugars, right? Which is still not healthy per se. I mean, healthy in a sense, but not low calorie.
So we are talking on a comparative basis. This is actually healthier to the drinks we compare, like alcohol, like carbonated soft drinks, and like cocktails. Do you want?
Yeah, so basically, and talking about the market size, it is a growing market. So currently, you are from USA, if I take it.
I lived in India 14 years.
Okay. So as you can see, the trend
So
is going.
you count me as Indian, huh?
Yes. So as we see the growing trend in USA and in India, the market for not sugary drinks, earlier mocktails here, was around $270 million in India. It was around 2021. It is expected to grow till $400 million till 2030. So we want to tap that market as an early bird so that we can grow faster.
Yeah. Hi. I think good presentation, good thought. I think one thing which you might want to think about, and I'm not, I have a subsequent question on the financials, is where is the occasion of consumption of mocktails? Typically, the occasion of consumption of mocktails doesn't coincide with when people are consuming other soft drinks. Typically, the place of consumption happens to be Horeca. Exactly. So, if I were you, I would think very deeply in terms of, do I need to find a way to enter the Horeca segment a lot more deeper, because that also takes away a lot of complexity of bottling, packaging, etc. If you think of doing this as a consumer use case, as in I'm sitting around and as Brian has a Diet Coke, that's a very, very difficult market to crack across the value chain. So that's something I would certainly think about. I think you're possibly underestimating what it would take to build a brand here. You said that people couldn't recall a brand in mocktails, and the reason is it's incredibly difficult to build. So that would be my thought. Thanks.
So thank you for the question. You are absolutely right. The Horeca segment is huge. Like whenever you go to parties or any functions, generally people have options for alcohol segments, but there is nothing in non-alcoholic beverage side which doesn't contain sugar. But imagine this, you have a meeting early in the morning and you want to be totally prepared for it without any hangover or all. So we want to tap into the Horeca segment as well. Building a brand there can be tough, but with the help of Campa Cola and the reach with Reliance, the earlier distribution, we think we can actually crack that market.
I'm just curious, you've already inked the deal with Campa Cola and Reliance?
No, we are pitching it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No, I think, I come back to the brand issue which my colleagues were referring. Now you said Campa Cola. Yes. See, today Campa Cola is challenging, let's say, Pepsis and Cokes through a pricing strategy, because you're trying to challenge a brand. So it is not built so far. It is, yes, what is good for Campa Cola is that you have distribution, you have Reliance to back it up, so you have all the other issues. But still it is not an established brand vis-a-vis those established players. Now, are you saying you're riding on what is the brand name we'll use there?
So the brand name will be Celestia, as it is a
and then made by Campa Cola?
Powered by Campa Cola.
Powered by Campa. Okay, you're positioning as, but then the question is, moment you do that positioning,
yes,
you're actually getting into a price war to say, I'm getting from, because Campa Cola as a brand is challenging everybody on the price first, because they're established players. What my colleague just said, building a brand for something which is not known, which is this segment, and then riding on Campa Cola may not work, because that mocktail guy may not be wanting to work on a pricing war, rather than he want to see how good quality what the product delivers. So I'm just confused about quality versus the pricing game.
I can totally understand.
One question to the team. What's a cocktail brand that you can recall?
I can't recall.
Do you know why?
Jimmy Cocktail is
it's our competition.
Mixer for cocktail.
It's a mixer for cocktail. The cocktails are effectively made by the bartenders in the parties. So what you actually sell is effectively a base liquid.
Yes.
Whether that's a wine, whether that's a whiskey, whether that's a cola, right? That's what actually gets sold. The cocktails and mocktails are the recipes that the bartender serves to the customers.
Yes.
And when the bartender is served, 90% of the customers are not the ones who are actually thinking of their health at that point of time, but are thinking of entertainment, are thinking of just having a good time, right?
So this is where we want to revolutionize the sector. Our marketing campaigns will be oriented in such a way so as to inculcate the health factor in the audience.
But
So,
I go back to the question that Brian asked. What's the product that you're selling? There's no product that I can see.
So just to clarify on this, the product we have is a mixer. It's not a ready-to-serve drink.
You're saying this is a mixer, this is not a ready-to-serve mocktail.
it is not a ready-to-serve mocktail. You can consumers can actually buy it. It
You're
has
saying
a certain shelf.
$350 for a mixer for
Yeah.
50 ml?
550 ml, and for the disruptive pricing which Sir mentioned, we have a
How
smaller.
much Red Bull cost?
So 140 approximately.
How much a Campa Cola cost?
140 for 200 ml.
And Campa Cola is
No,
one.
for Red Bull. No, our competitors are Jimmy Cocktails, Tony and Co. and so
Forget
on.
about Jimmy Cocktail. I don't know about the business. I don't know about the volume, right? You're targeting a volume, right?
See, for example, Red Bull is not a mixer. It's an energy drink. It's a separate category altogether. And people who prefer mocktails, they...
No, I won't go there.
All right. So what we were trying to say is we compared with our mocktail category, and over there the price ranges were like around our ranges. For example, if you take those mocktail mixers, it's around 150 rupees for 200 ml, and we are pricing it at 350 rupees for 550 ml.
And also we have a smaller, different package for this, which is 330 ml for 100 rupees. So as Sir said, to compete with the competitors which are already in market, like Jimmy Cocktails Native, we have placed that product on a disruptive pricing range.
See, if you're going with Campa Cola, which is a ready-to-drink, to introduce a sub-brand which is not ready-to-drink, this is quite complicated. Maybe there is a simpler idea there. Maybe you could think about if it's. I actually didn't get till your question. I didn't get that this was a mixer solution, because if it's a mixer solution, I would certainly think of going Horeca first and delivering there.
We're actually planning it to launch. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Now let's get ready to quench your thirst for innovation. On that note, let's welcome Sharayu and Satve from team 001A from IIM Rohtak, who are all set to make our lives better, sip by sip. Mentored by Lavanya, CEO of Zimame, we also have Dr. Varsha, a family member of Sharayu, with us today. Let's hear what they've brewed up.
Hello, Shah. Today I bring with me an idea that has the potential to change the world. You must be wondering how. Is it a new AI application, or some blockchain invention, or a medical innovation? Well, not really. Just a water bottle. A water bottle that purifies water. Press setting, sip pure, making lives better sip by sip.
But how is this a unique solution? We've had a similar product in the past. In fact, a fellow shark is an investor as well. How is this any different?
How is it different from that? Everything actually. From technology to price, every aspect of Secure is different from it. You see, our product is for the masses. It's an affordable solution, unlike those UV ray self-cleaning bottles. We have a simple 4-layer filter mechanism that will filter your water as you pour it into the water.
There are a bunch of good innovations I came across today. Give me one reason why yours is the best one.
Reason? Well, I have a story actually. It was a monsoon season, like every year in Kharkova. But this time, my 8-year-old daughter fell sick. Stomach pain, fever, and then she couldn't even stand. At the hospital, we learned it was typhoid, spread through our drinking water. I couldn't believe it. The very water we trusted was poisoning her. Watching her suffer, I realized clean water shouldn't be a privilege, should be a right. These were the wails of a mother who lost a child during the Kharkova water crisis, which is still ongoing in parts of the country today.
This is serious. So, from what I understand, your product is a boon for consumers afflicted with unsafe drinking water. But is it really a problem? I mean, the global water purifier market size was valued at US dollars, I think, 32.65 billion in 2023 and is projected to grow at a rate of 7.6 CAGR. With so many people buying water filters around the world, why would somebody invest in a bottle filter?
I understand your concerns. Well, the water purifier market is certainly on the rise. But guess what? You can't carry that safety net everywhere. What do you do when you go on a trip? You rely on a packaged drinking water. According to CNN, the bottled water industry generated roughly 600 billion plastic bottles and containers in 2021, according to the report. This resulted in around 25 million tons of plastic waste. Most of it is not recycled and ends up in landfills. Would you rather not opt for a more sustainable solution? It's not just a bottle, it's a solution. It's a powerful tool that will help you transition to safer drinking habits. Like we say, making lives better, sip by sip.
Satvik, I really love your idea, and I'm sure Secure will be the next grand business thing. But water bottles, they're not really my expertise. So I'm sorry, but I'm out. Wish you all the very best.
Well, you know how that went. So I turn to you, judges. What do you think? Can you be our mentor in this journey of making Scipio the next big thing?
Good morning, everyone. A lot of wonderful ideas here. Simply brilliant. I mean, we can fit in a lot of deserving adjectives. All of these are visionary in nature. And for the next 3 minutes, I want everyone to shut everything and listen to us closely. This is important. This is a call for emergency. Because ours is not a futuristic idea alone, it is an idea for the present.
Water. Always been a problem of late. And our mission is to tackle this precisely. We are going to talk about water contamination and what we are going to do to change the world with SipPure. 3 aspects, not a lot: the product, the marketing, and the financials.
SipPure is a durable, eco-friendly water bottle designed to provide economical first-stage water purification. Or it is a solution for someone who is not here at home and is unsure if the water that they consume is safe or not. We will get to the precise structure in the prototype presentation. Now, why do we have this product? The first question is we have UV cleaning bottles like Lark ducking on Shark Tank. They're all there. Then why SipPure? Simply because we are addressing a problem of inequity here. The people who are affected more by water contamination are the poor. And when Lark is priced at 7K, the problem essentially remains. Now, that's not just it. UV technology has its limitations. There's a lot of power dependency. It's also predominantly biological contamination problems. And also, yeah, there have been complaints about the taste of the water as well. And yeah.
So now, who is this for exactly? Our aim to launch initially is in the B2B segment. We are going to be a licensor of sorts. Say suppose you go and book a hotel on Trivago. You see different icons that show you what all is there available to every room. There will be AC, there will be other security measures. Along with that, we aim to add our bottle as a license or a certification measure which helps you choose which hotel to book for. The small hotels that can have these bottles in their room, it will be affordable for them as well. It will help all the small-scale travelers who book for affordable hotels to have access to safe and clean drinking water.
We stick to the basics like what Sir said yesterday. 7th standard, 9th standard, 11th standard chemistry textbooks basically. Our management philosophy is largely societal in nature, and we plan to collaborate with the government in the near future so that our bottles can reach government school children, college students, and government canteens. In the future, we are ambitious enough to see a collaboration with the military as well. Why would we fare better here? Simple. Being part of the military means I'm likely to find myself in remote places where electricity is not available. Military world is fast-paced. I need quick filtration instead of slow UV cleansing. We plan to design military-grade versions of these. In these aspects, SipPure barges proudly as a solution to safe water for military needs.
Now let's take a quick look at the numbers. So we have a simple cost breakdown here. These are all aggregations that we have found across various websites on the internet. And as you can see, the simple bottle with a filter, so the material variable cost per unit is quite low, which gives us a price advantage moving into the market.
Finally, where do we see ourselves in 5 years? Our focus for this year is to get the testing right, licenses and certs. We have already gotten talks with the NISM team. Then we slowly move down to the prototype, all right? Yeah.
Speaking about the prototype, I would actually like to tell you the story of how we put this bottle together. Quite literally put this bottle together. We have gone on the streets of Rohtak near our college, looking for all the bottles in convenience store, finding a perfect bottle for our filter. The filter, we borrowed a broken toy by a friend and put on small granules of the chemicals that we wanted to purify our water. If you can see, there is a filter attached to the cap. I would like to ask Satvik to continue further, explaining you the functioning.
if you open the bottle, the lower layer is actually the activated charcoal layer to remove odor. On top of it, we have medical stones, which is for adding minerals as well as for biological contamination. On top of it, we have calcium sulfate layer and zeolite, which is for basically tackling hard water, fluoride ions and whatnot. And then we have an RO filter for biological contamination once again. That's it. Thank you so much.
Hi, very interesting idea. My question to you is about the maintenance of this bottle. What is the upkeep requirement? And are you offering it at only this size?
Yeah, so right now the prototype here is of 500 milliliters, but we plan to actually sell it at 750 milliliters. Other than that, about maintenance, actually there has been similar technologies in the filter. So what they have mentioned is we actually have to replace it every year. So that's the sort of proxy that we're trying to bring up here as well. And usually people need this validity in liters. So what we came up was, on an average, people actually consume 2 to 3 liters per day. In that sense, around 730 to 1095 liters of water can be used per bottle. So that will be the maintenance requirements. After every 1 year, you'll have to replace it.
So you're targeting the Horeca space, which is where you're seeing most of your customers come in, right?
Yeah, so travel agencies specifically and hotels. That will be our first priority, after which in the coming years we'll be in collaboration with the government agencies. So the thing is, this is a health product. So we need pricing sorted properly.
The pricing for a 500 ml is 290.
299.
For 750 ml, ma'am, this is just a prototype.
Prototype, ma'am. So about that as well, this is a health product. So we need to establish some sort of credibility. That is the reason why we have priced it to 300 rupees. But then again, if you look at it, even normal Milton bottles for that matter, comes at a range of 200 to 300 rupees. So once again, that is...
So the segment you're targeting is very used to people picking up bottles and leaving with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Hence, for them, this might just be a very expensive proposition.
Not expensive actually. If you compare the segment that we're targeting is a segment that will be heavily reliant on packaged drinking water. If you consider the accumulated cost of packaged drinking water throughout the year, and you consider buying just this bottle where you can just fill the water and it will get purified, so in that aspect this becomes a very economical option.
Hi, I'm confused by your parts of your presentation on one aspect. The original part was very heavily focused on the poorer people, underprivileged, and it's a health crisis, an emergency, and I agree with that. I mean, that is kind of a world problem, not just India problem. But then now seems like your solution is geared towards a more well-off person, so what's the point then?
Exactly.
I'm lost in this. How does it get to the poor people?
Right. Thank you for the question, sir. So that's where the roadmap comes into play. So if you look at it, our first priority would be the hospitality sector. It is essentially to establish some sort of credibility in whatever that we produce, after which we are actually going for government collaborations. Even if you look at the roadmap, that's precisely what we put up. So, yeah.
There is also an aspect to it that once we are in collaboration with government agencies, we can actually leverage subsidies to bring down the cost. Also, by then we expect to have established a certain volume of production, which will help us bring down the cost again due to the scale.
But that's a pretty big assumption. You're basically assuming that someone's going to fund the cost. So basically what I would ask you is how much is this going to cost a poor person per year if you, on your roadmap, without considering any government funding, because you can't count on that.
Yes, sir. So while government funding is one part, another leverage that we have is the fact that our material cost is around 16 rupees. So that's a lot of leverage that we have with regards to pricing it down lower in the near future as well. So that's precisely what we're trying to do right now, like I mentioned before as well. There has to be some sort of credibility that has to be established. Once that is done, even in the roadmap as mentioned before, in 2030, we're trying to tap the rural markets. At that point, we are in a position to price ourselves to a lower price, to maybe perhaps 75 rupees or 100 rupees. That's where we actually come into achieving our vision.
Also, sir, if you think about the bottle that we have presented right now, it cost us like around 100 rupees to get it put together. And if initially we start manufacturing in a similar model, where we are assembling the product instead of actually producing it, it will cost a little lower if we are reducing our margins.
Yeah, just to add on to that, even the pricing that cost breakdown that we have established, this is for 1 unit of production. As we come in collaboration with an entity of sorts, we are having an option to purchase it in a bulk manner. So in that regard, we can again reduce the cost to a very great extent. That's another leverage that we have, sir.
So I'm not clear. Are you telling me that you put any water into this bottle, and if you drink it through this bottle, it is pure water that you're drinking?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to put all the mineral water makers out of market through this?
That will be a little ambitious, but
See, the thing about mineral water is you can purchase it at around 15 rupees, 20 rupees. It's a one-time use. But this is more
But
than just that.
impurities in water from wherever you pick it up range hugely. So have you gone through the testing
Precisely.
process of figuring out whether
Precisely.
your technology actually takes care of all kinds of impurities? Because water can be lethal if it goes into the human body untreated.
Yes, sir. That's something that we haven't mentioned in the slides. But if you look at it, it's precisely for municipal tap water, whatever that we get from our taps. And other than that, even rainwater for that matter has been purified. There has been similar sort of filters that have been used in the market, and they've all been able to do that. As far as testing is concerned, as of now, what we have is, what we've done previously is a TDS. We've used a TDS digital meter, and the observed value was 250 ppm, which is actually slightly lesser than the WHO recommended level, which is 300. It has to go below 300 ppm. And other than that, pH testing is also something that we've done. But again, biological contamination, for that we need to have proper testing to be sorted. As of now, this is an idea. Just the prototype has come into existence in front of you. And we have a lot of things to do in our near future as well. That is the reason why even in our roadmap we've mentioned in 2024, testing and certifications are going to be our first priority.
also, sir, if you look at the various layers that are there in the filter, every layer takes care of a different kind of contaminant. If you see the RO filtration, it will take care of sedimentation. Then as explained, the other layers also, they will take care of other heavy metals, microbes and other particle matters in the water.
I think one of the sub-objective you had was a low-cost filtration.
Yes, sir.
One of the big groups in India brought a low-cost filtration which you can attach to the tap and it will get a purified water. It didn't work out after some time for even poors. Now, second part you just said, hospitality. Are we saying this bottle is kept in the room in a 3-star or 2-star hotels? I'm talking about lower end.
Lower end hotels, yes.
Now, that means this bottle is usable.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The next guest comes. First thing he will say, this is a used bottle. I will not drink water from that, even though you said filter water.
Sir, yeah.
It can be sterilized, sir, before the next.
How do you guarantee a customer that this is sterilized? Because he will say, while water is pure, the bottle is used by many people. I will not drink, even though it's a 2-star or 3-star. So clearly, germs are the issue which people will say the bottle is. I'm not going to buy. So I think I'm still confused. If it's a low cost, then the segment has failed because people put purifier on the tap and never worked. In a hospitality, which is the second segment you said, there will be challenges to convince any customer that this bottle is germ-free.
So think about glasses. Even glasses are actually reused. And many people actually are okay with having glasses done.
No, glasses are reused, but the water inside is not reused in some form. He's pouring a pure water.
Yes, sir. That's
Just to give you a data, many of the 5-star hotels have started to put glass bottles in the room. And you should know there is a study which was done to say those glass bottles have the maximum germs even in a 5-star.
That's one suggestion that we'll definitely incorporate about that. Yeah.
About that, sir, one idea that can be incorporated is during the collaboration process itself, we can make it mandatory for the hotels and the accommodation stays that we're collaborating with to sterilize the bottles after every use, and there can be a mechanism that ensures that there are routine checkups regarding the same so that it's not violated.
The cost gets added to your calculation.
Yes, sir. But then again, the cost is right now 16 rupees. It can be brought down to 10 rupees. So we have that leverage to actually build up the cost a little bit as well. So in that regard too, we are in a safe position.
Thank you so much for the interesting questions, jury. I think we'll have to move on to the next team. Thank you so much, team, for a lovely pitch. A big round of applause for them. So next up, we have a team from Irma, Gujarat. This team is carbon conscious and ready to revolutionize the exchange game. Please welcome the innovative minds Aditya, Hitesh, and Siva from Team Carbon X. With mentorship from Nishant Vora, director and co-founder of Grab, they're here to take the stage. So a big round of applause.
Climate change is one of the biggest challenges of our time. and carbon offsetting markets are key tool in global fight against it. But there is a problem. India's carbon market is fragmented, lacks transparency, and faces significant price fluctuations that create uncertainty in transactions. What if we could create a solution that not only simplifies the process but drives real impact?
So, what is the idea? Our solution is a securitization based carbon credit exchange platform that pools carbon credits from various climate projects such as renewable energy, reforestation, and carbon capture and categorizes them into different tranches based on their quality. Higher quality credits certified by standards like Vera or the United Nations form premium tranches, while lower quality credits make up more affordable tranches. This structure ensures transparency and allows business to choose the carbon credits based on their sustainability goals and budgets. There are three broader stages for transaction to happen. In stage 1, sellers would list carbon offsets for sale. In stage 2, buyers would fund their account to start purchasing from the pools they are interested in. And in the last stage, trade in real time will happen with funds and credits transferred immediately.
So how big is the opportunity? According to the International Emission Trading Association, the global voluntary carbon credit market is projected to reach $50 billion. With India's government set to introduce mandatory cap and trade regulations across sector by 26, the Indian market is poised for significant growth. As the first platform to introduce securitization based pools, we position ourselves as an innovative leader in this rapidly expanding market, capitalizing on a critical opportunity to enhance transparency and efficiency in carbon trading. On the other hand, smaller carbon reducing projects, especially those in rural areas, struggle to get certified and attract investments. Our platform solves both problems by offering transparent access to carbon credits, making it easier for both buyers and project developers to participate. Also, the platform directly supports India's national climate goals by driving investments into carbon offsetting projects. It accelerates India's progress towards achieving net zero emissions by 2070.
Good morning, judges. In the carbon credit market, there is already a huge demand from the buyer side. But the supply side market is highly unorganized and dominated by few large players like Adani Green and Tesla. The root cause is the existing platforms that facilitates negotiation-based carbon credit trading between large buyers and sellers without listing the prices. This approach has two major drawbacks. One is information asymmetry in terms of quality and pricing of the carbon credits. Second is small and medium carbon reducing projects are not even getting the chance to sell their carbon credits to these large buyers. Our solution is a securitization-based carbon credit exchange platform that addresses both of these problems. Our idea is futuristic because India has set to launch compliance-based carbon credit market by 2026 by covering 9 key sectors and has also set a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2070.
Now let's see how our securitization model works. So our platform will pool similar kind of projects and categorizes them in different tranches based on quality. The quality of the project is determined by 5 key variables such as certification standard, and these key variables, then the specific weightage is assigned to these variables and the total score is determined. The total score of the project will determine the quality and the specific tranche the project will be assigned in. And for buyers, for sellers, the value proposition will be offering is that support in verification and certification and guaranteed access to large-scale investors. For buyers, will offer quality-based segmentation and customization options, along with that risk mitigation through buffer reserves.
Moving on to scalability, we are primarily focusing on the voluntary market, as cap and trade markets regulations are set due to launch in 2026 in India. So we have developed a 5-year action plan in which we will focus on the voluntary market, specifically on the solar projects in Rajasthan and Gujarat, and list at least 1 lakh carbon credits on the first year of the launch of our platform. We aim to achieve 50% success in the selling of these carbon credits. And based on the scalability plan, we have come up with a break-even analysis, and the total cost of the operation is projected to be 5 crores. Our revenue streams include transaction fees, subscription plans, and certification services. This is how the broader operations will look like. Can we have the prototype video?
Hello everyone, welcome to the prototype of our platform. Here we streamline the process of buying and selling carbon credits. Once you register on our platform, you will see three main options: buy, sell, or receive personalized recommendations. If you are a seller, you will start by providing the details of your project. After submitting the required documents, our team verifies everything to ensure the project meets our standards. After due diligence, your project will be listed on the platform under a quality tranche based on specific parameters. Now, if you are a buyer, you can explore the available categories and select a tranche that suits your preferences, either A+, A or A-. Each tranche provides detailed information about the projects included, helping you make an informed decision. Once you have chosen a tranche, simply select the number of carbon credits you want to purchase. After completing the payment, your credits will be transferred to your account. And that's it, you will receive a downloadable certificate confirming your purchase. Thank you.
Is this a securitization? What is this?
Sir, it's actually will first reach out to small farmers. Our sales team will reach out to the small farmers, help them in certification, verification.
Small farmers, what are they doing?
Sir, they are already using, for example, in Rajasthan, there are farmers who are already using solar panels for carbon reduction, but they are not aware about the income.
Carbon reduction or electricity generation?
Electricity generation, yes, sir. But
so
in
you
a way,
will
they
do
are
certification.
Yes, sir. Can you repeat, sir?
Will you be doing certification
No,
of
sir.
the carbon credits?
No, sir. We'll be
Who
reaching
will do
out.
certification?
So UN or VIRA or the certification agencies only.
There's already a set standard for that certification, right?
Yes, sir.
So what do you mean by 3 qualities or 4 qualities of carbon? Carbon is only one quality.
Sir, actually, we are dividing the tranche based on quality because currently the platforms are not even disclosing the prices at which these carbon credits are sold. So if you
It's
see...
not about the disclosure of the prices, it's about the volume of the carbon being traded on the platform. And the problem actually is on the demand side, not on the supply side, where there's not enough penalties or incentives for the buyers to go on the carbon credit. How will you ensure that? For a customer, for a SME, or for a large-scale enterprise, if you're pushing them to go and buy a carbon, effectively either there should be a penalty for the carbon that is generated or there should be an incentive for that. How do you ensure that? If governments are not being able to ensure that, how do you ensure that?
Sir, currently the large companies are voluntary buying it. There is a voluntary market and then there is a cap and trade market also. In 35 countries, there are already cap and trade market where if the companies are going above certain level of emissions, they have to buy carbon credits. For example, European emission trading system. And in India...
Let's talk about India.
Yes, sir. In India, the government has already adopted the regulations for cap and trade market in 2023. And now in 2026, they are planning to launch these regulations. So, but our calculations or financials are only based on voluntary market. Our sellers will be local farmers, but our buyers will be international players or the large companies in India who voluntarily want to reduce their carbon emissions.
Why would you succeed? The carbon trading will happen on all the exchanges, right, which are being set up by the government and various institutions. What is your differentiation?
Sir, currently there are, for example, there is Varaha Climate Exchange, there is Grow India. So they have these projects, but they are not disclosing the prices. The prices are decided based on negotiation basis. So that's why, and large investors do not want to invest in smaller projects because they want to reduce carbon emissions in thousands of carbon credits. So that's why we are pooling the projects. We are kind of taking the collective action of the smaller projects. We are pooling them, and then we are pitching the pool to these large buyers. And along with that, the pricing problem which these platforms are not showing, we're solving this through our securitization model. By comparing the projects, we're able to derive the quality of the project and then decide the prices. And we'll provide the prices on our platform, unlike these platforms which are not even disclosing the prices.
So how much would you price a single carbon credit in India?
Sir, currently in cap and trade market in Europe, the prices varies based on the type of project, but the average price is $60. But in India,
$60 per
carbon credit.
And what is the price of electricity?
Electricity for, sir?
If you are replacing a fossil fuel with a renewable generation, you need to compare it with the renewable generation plus the cost of carbon credit versus a fossil fuel-based electricity. What's the cost of electricity in India?
Sir, we are comparing the carbon emission, like a large company has a certain level of emission. If like they have 40 ton of carbon emissions above certain levels, then that means they have to buy 14 carbon credits. One carbon credit worth is like 1 ton of carbon emissions. So they need to buy 14 carbon credits, and so they'll reach out to our platform. We'll have these 40 credits listed on our platform from our pool, and then we'll sell these carbon credits.
Okay.
And I think one of the things you said about small locations where you want certification agencies to come.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now there are limited certification agencies who are authorized to do this. Why will they travel so deep into the interiors to look at one farmer and then give you a certification? What is the cost of doing that business?
Yes, sir. Currently, we will be focusing on medium projects in our first 2 years. But recently, like 2 weeks back, in COP29, the developing countries have decided to give $300 billion for climate finance to developing countries. So these funds will be used by these government agencies or certification agencies in terms of promoting these smaller projects and getting them certified. So so the whole cost of certification in exception to small minimal cost from the small farmers of application process.
Is this particular cost sitting in your business model for certification?
Sir, it's not. It's from the farmer side only. So
why will a small guy, which is a farmer, will get into certification payments?
Sir, in starting, we'll be focusing on medium projects and will be helping them in climate financing and the subsidies the government is providing. For example, Kusum Yojana, it is 30% of the subsidy in terms of these solar panels is provided.
So I think the message what my colleague is saying, what is your USP? You said your USP is small farmers. Now you're saying I'm shifting my client to be bigger. I still don't understand what are a differentiation you are bringing on the table.
Sir, by large players, we are talking about Adani Green, Tesla. And here we are talking medium projects. By medium projects, we are talking about like a project owner who is generating 100 carbon credits. This Adani Green is generating in millions, sir. So that's the difference of our platform.
Also,
Thank
sir,
you, team. Your time's up. Thank you. Moving on, we have a team from the city of Nawabs, Lucknow. The team is here with a game-changing idea that's weaving a brighter, greener future. Please join me in welcoming Bhuvnesh, Narendra, Saumil, Amrit from I Am Lucknow, mentored by the visionary Neha Kant, founder and CRO of Clovia. They are here to present Reweave, transforming textile waste into sustainable fashion and prove that fashion can be both fabulous and eco-friendly. Let's hear them out.
Have you ever wondered what happens to the clothes piling up in your wardrobe? Most of these clothes eventually end up in landfills, contributing to growing waste, pollution, and the depletion of valuable natural resources. At Reweave, we believe there's a better way. We are a circular economy platform with a mission to transform textile waste into value. By collecting unused clothes from households across India, we are paving the way for a sustainable future in fashion. Our process starts with a simple user-friendly app. Households can schedule a pickup for their old clothes with just a few taps. Reweave makes it easy to give a second life to unused textile, providing users with an opportunity to earn money while supporting sustainability. Once the pickup is scheduled, our workers arrive equipped with advanced technology. We use infrared and AI-powered scanning to assess the quality and fabric type of each item on site. This technology allows us to efficiently categorize clothing, decide on the amount to be paid for clothing, and ensure that each piece is directed to its optimal recycling or redesign path. At our warehouse, Clothes undergo further sorting. Here we separate items based on their condition and material type. High quality garments that still have life left in them are marked for redesigning and repair. These items are cleaned, mended, and styled to be sold to sustainable fashion outlets, giving them a second life for eco-conscious consumer. Clothes that are too worn or damaged are redirected to recycling. Using advanced chemical and mechanical recycling process, we break down these textiles and convert them into high quality yarn. These recycled yarn is then provided to sustainable clothing brands including H&M, Zara and Reliance Trend, who use it to create new garments. This creates a circular economy where old textiles contribute to new eco-friendly fashion. Our revenue model is simple yet impactful. We earn by supplying redesigned clothes to sustainable retail outlets and by selling high quality recycled yarn to major fashion brands that are committed to reducing their environmental footprint. This dual stream revenue model not only drives growth but also reinforces our commitment to sustainability. Additionally, our platform has the potential to license our technology to other regions and explore partnerships for corporate social responsibility, creating diversified revenue streams. Why act now? Despite growing awareness and about sustainability, less than 1% of global textiles are currently recycled into new garments. The challenge lies in inefficient collection systems, limited infrastructure, and low consumer awareness. Revive offers a scalable solution to these issues, using innovation and technology to turn waste into value and address the environmental impact of fashion. At Revive, we are not just recycling clothes, we are redefining the future of fashion. Our vision is to create a world where every piece of clothing is a part of closed-loop system, contributing to a cleaner, greener planet. We invite you to join us in this journey. Together, let's transform textile waste into value, create a sustainable fashion industry, and build a future that prioritizes both people and the planet.
Good morning, everyone. With over 7,800 kilotons of textile waste produced in India each year, our vision is to create a zero-waste fashion ecosystem. Our business model is simple yet impactful. We collect textiles, recycle them into eco-friendly yarn for our B2B clients, and redesign fabrics for sustainable brands. Our value chain is optimized to support circularity, from convenient doorstep collection with incentives provided to people, tech-driven sorting, efficient recycling, and quality assurance, ensuring environmental and economic value at each step.
So our go-to-market strategy is based on comprehensive primary research with 127 respondents, secondary research and market sizing, identifying a potential market of 45 lakh households in 5 years. The fast fashion industry rapid growth coupled with lacking recycle sector presents a compelling opportunity for Revive. Through need gap analysis and competitor mapping, we identified gaps like lack of service convenience and consumer incentive, which Revive will address. We target eco-conscious and sustainability-focused consumers from various background and occupation, positioning ourselves with high scalability and convenience among competitors. For pricing, we leverage AI-based algorithm linked to a spectrometer to assess textile and determine payouts fairly. Our marketing includes brand collaboration, loyalty programs, and sustainability certification to engage users and drive adoption.
The implementation waste management plan is set to expand across India in 5 phases. It begins in phase 1 with pilot plant in Navi Mumbai and initially collecting the waste only in Mumbai. In phase 2, the collection network grows to include Pune and Surat due to their proximity. In phase 3, they will further extend to the network of Ahmedabad and Delhi NCR with increase in the plant's capacity in Navi Mumbai plant. In phase 4, the project expands to Bangalore, Chennai and Hyderabad, covering the southern India. In phase 5, the second processing plant will be set up in Vizag, adding the Kolkata, Vizag and Bhubaneswar to the collection network. So, here is the detailed breakdown of unit economics for both the business models. In recycling, we are expecting a gross margin of 42.39%, while in redesigning, we are yielding 67.85% gross margin. We are targeting metro and the Taiwan city for the first 5 years. Post to that, additionally, we are also sharing 20% of the revenue, whatever we are getting from the market, with our customers. So this is the consolidated capital expenditure for both the models. So first, we are allocating 55 crores for the recycling and 40 crores for the redesigning, covering for the first 5 years. Also, we are expecting to become profitable by the third financial year, and our estimated NPV comes out to be 6,300 crores approximately.
The Textile Waste Recycling Initiative saves 210 million liters of water, 1 crore kg of chemicals, and prevent 15 lakhs tons of carbon dioxide emission, and saving 208 crores overall. And it also recycles 240 lakhs tons of textile waste and create more than 3,500 jobs. And this sustainable solution benefits both environment and economy.
Hello, so this is the prototype of review web we have created, which will be used for convenient scheduling of pickup by customer. First, you will need to register yourself on the platform. Let's check men's category. Here you will need to add number of particular category clothes that you want to recycle. After clicking on add, fill required details for that fabric to get estimated price for clothing that you can get. Click on add item. Then click on schedule an appointment. Select address, check estimated price you can get for fabric and select pickup date and slot. Then move on to confirming your pickup. You can also check your rewards that you will earn from giving away fabric in rewards section. Our recycling process begins with shredding mixed textile waste, breaking it down for separation. Using a glycolysis reaction, components like cotton, nylon and bath crystals are extracted. Each material undergoes filtration, distillation and solvent dissolution to purify them. Cotton is air dried, nylon is recrystallized and bath crystal are refined for further use. Through this precise process, we recover high quality material ready to be transformed into recycled yarn, supporting a circular textile economy.
Hi. Lots of questions for you. I'd like to understand, you had the process put across in one of the slides, if you can just share that. Okay, so the technology here that is shown, you are aware that fabrics are a mix. It's not pure cotton, pure nylon. The technology to break down fabric into yarn is, in most cases, not very successful. Eventually, at least 70% of any garment lands up in the landfill because it's impossible to break it down into yarns. That's point one. Have you done your research there? Is my first question. The other question is on the process for checking. You said you will send someone with a tool to test. Is there a prototype? Has there been some creation there? Because again, very, very difficult. If you have zari-based items or you have garments which have a lot of embroidery, it's impossible to assess the quality. So that's my second question, plus I have 3 more. So I'll let you answer these 2 first.
Thank you for the questions, ma'am. So, as you said, rightly said, it's a very difficult process. So, what we have done is we did a competitor analysis, what the different firms in globally are doing. There's a Renewcell named company in Sweden. They have cracked the chemical recycling technique. So, as you told that in mechanical recycling, there's a 100% purity needed. But in chemical recycling, you can ensure that all the products get separated at different phases. So, from there, we contacted them. And from their representative, we had a kind of guidance from them what they're doing. It's a patented tech, so they didn't give us the meat of the technology, but we could get the idea where we could build this model. Obviously, this is just a blueprint for understanding the idea. In the long run, we are planning to have a revenue sharing agreement with them for collaborating. If we move on to bring this business with them, we have to take this patented tech from them. So that's the answer, that we have done the research. It's very difficult. In India, no one has done so far. And even in Spain, Recover is doing it.
Not for not trying. It has been tried and has failed miserably.
In Spain, Recover Textiles have done this at a small scale. And even Germany has, coming to your second question also. So this is that equipment which you were telling that it's an infrared spectrometer. What it does is a mobile, it gets connected on the mobile and it scans the textile. And these infrared wavelengths which come on the textile, the refractions from that happens and that data is collected, and it's a AI integrated module based on the history of the data textiles it has done. It gives the life and age of the quality. It has been made by Germans in one of the institutes.
Hence it's different because Indian garments have a lot of embroidery, lots of zari work. So you have to be very mindful of the target audience that you are looking at. Definitely. The kind of garments we have in India are absolutely unique to us. So you need to be mindful of that. And one very important element for this is the thrift mindset that we lack in India. If you're saying that you are going to be thrifting these garments and then forming an alliance with some large brand, I don't honestly see them being able to put them on the shelves. You will have to then go to specific thrift stores. So scalability wise also, I am doubtful.
Just one comment that only 30% of the business we envision it to be redesigning parts, 70% is a yarn segment, B2B.
Which is also very tough. You have to figure the formula first. A lot of people have tried to break it down into yarns. I have discussed it with many brands.
Sure, ma'am, we'll look into it.
How much work you have done on the overall volumes required to justify the logistics cost? I saw logistic cost of some 4 rupees.
Right.
Is that per garment? Is that when you there's one sheet where you have revenue 160, logistic cost 4 rupees. And is it what, per kg, per garment?
Per kg, sir. That's the revenue basically, and rest of the cost that's a unit per unit cost. So it's per kg cost, whatever is being associated to that. So yeah, whatever logistics you were asking. So basically, what we have done, we have decided, like there was a collection center at the bottom, and we have jotted down what maximum travel time it would take and how much time it would consume for a single person to collect, because approximately 15 minutes was the case. And then we have jotted down how many quantity they'll be able to collect in a day, and that we have decided. And then we have gone through to taking it back to the collection center and collecting the cost of those employees, and collecting the cost of the vehicles also, and that's all included into that. And not the collection center, because that's in that we have put in the capex.
See, one of the problems that I see with this logistics in this platform is there's no mode of reverse logistics, right? It's effectively one-way traffic, right? Where you send your person with an infrared camera, he collects the fabric and comes back. But what does it take when it goes to the customer, right? That reduces your cost by the half. That's what various logistics companies are trying to focus on, to reduce the cost, right? Even for a higher priced item that you order on Myntra, on Ajio and everything, even then logistic cost and logistic companies are really facing difficulty in breaking even on per delivery collection or delivery, right? How do you ensure that you actually make money on logistics? I'm slightly concerned about that. I like the broad overview idea, subject to the technological challenges, as my colleague has asked. I think it's a market that you can tap, but I'm not sure of the business model that you listed on here.
So, you rightly said that the logistics is a key concern, right? So we have thought about it. But what the case is, we are actually collecting waste textiles that were lying at the shelves for so long. So what we are doing, we are clubbing. That's why we are not giving, we are scheduling, and we are giving schedules as per the, once we'll have that amount of textile collection from that particular region, only then we are sending it, because economies if not there.
That's even tougher to plan and send per time.
Not per time, it will not be on a very regular basis. Possibly if I'll be able to get.
You still need logistics staff on your roles, right? You still need warehouses. You still have significant fixed cost.
Right. So the logistics cost will be there, other thing will be there. So what we are saying, we are sending the partner to particular region.
Sir, the idea is that via the clustering model, we'll have a scheduled appointments options via app to the customers that they can only get when our guy will be there in this region, sector-wise.
I think it's better that you incorporate a model with one of the platforms, a couple of platforms, right?
Yeah, one of the idea was that collaborating with Delhi, Delivery or Dunzo for using their fleet for the collections, because they have cracked the model in the tier 1 and metro cities.
Second question is in the recycling cost. When you go for the chemical recycling, the greatest cost is not in the chemicals. The greatest cost is the power and the utility cost, right? Because you need a continuous process for the shredding, for the recycling, and it's a closed loop. Second problem will be the waste. There will be significant wastewater. How do you recycle that? It's a significant cost. And the third will be the yield with respect to the technological challenges and what you actually get the fabric or the yarn and at what cost that. I think there's more work to be done. I don't know whether you have done. If you have done, it's fantastic. But it's this idea at least seems to have some legs, but there's a lot of work to be done, and it's not going to be capex light model. It's going to be a significant capex intensive model. Not only the fixed cost, but the working capital will be significant cost here.
Yeah, so since you are talked about yield, so they like obviously we read through the paper. So there was a paper from Science ORG. So what they were stating ki with the chemical processes, the potential is reaching to the 90%. So we are just considering ki a proportion of that also in our model. But yeah, that's the potential that one can achieve from chemicals, but not with the mechanical and other waste. So
yeah, so the waste is all dependent on that patented technology which we have to acquire, because we don't have the R&D capacity currently. So yes, that is still under.
I'll give you one suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Patents do not necessarily mean that there's a business model. It's only once they're commercialized at scale, there's a business model. Taking patents to a commercial scale is itself a significantly tough journey. Right? Just reading journals, papers, otherwise you will find a lot of ideas, right? Like how you commercialize it, what's the cost to that commercialization, what's the scale, what's the requirement, and what's the profitability ultimately. That's why I'm saying it has got legs, but there is a significant work to be done.
So there is one company called Circ in Europe, which is already actually using thermal processing recycling technique. So we have already contacted them for the this process related issues. So they are actually doing it. So it is under consideration.
Go to your capex sheet, now this whole recycling. Where did you get this kind of, just stay on this kind of a costing with such a big machinery and the process required?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry sir, come again in the slide.
I think the capex is too less for the kind of processes and machinery required to do this process.
Right.
How did you link?
Yeah.
I'm still feeling with 30 odd crore rupees putting so many machineries.
So, yeah, it's very actually less. The case was, it's actually very capital intensive, right, as you rightly said. But the point is, we are leasing it. Like we are not taking it for throughout. We are leasing it for first 5 years, and that's why I have said this capex is just for first 5 years. And I was just going through that Renew Cell, which employing this chemical process, and they have. I didn't get the whole numbers from them, but what figure I could figure out, they are actually having the technology for 300 crores. So I am just stating that for first 5 years. So I am just reducing it. I am just reducing with respect to life cycle. So I am just reducing that 5 years, and that's why that's how I took the numbers. The recycling wala part will takes that the 55 crores, and that's how it comes. But that's what our projection was, because it's very patent, so they are not disclosing it.
The problem, see your revenue goes from 22 crores to let's say 1400 crores.
Which one?
3,000 crores.
Okay, the last is 3,000 crores on the first row on the revenue.
Right. Yes, sir.
If your revenue goes up,
right, sir,
so many times,
right, sir,
one type of leasing for one machinery with their capacity just can't match that.
Oh, so this revenue basically is mostly, it's a consolidated.
It's a volume. So once your volume goes up, revenue is going up accordingly.
Right.
Therefore, machinery which you have put
right.
with one leasing concept cannot just to say justify that growth in revenue.
So actually, this what was the case? I'll tell you. This is basically revenue from both models, redesigning and recycling. So obviously, recycling will not fetch. I have the data. I have projected it, but not in that. So that was the case, and that they are not taking it. I will just. Yeah.
I think the question is very simple. As you increase the volumes, you will need more capacity.
Right. So this is basically this is made for 30,000 tons capacity. The whole capacity is over, because Renew Cell is doing it 300 crores for 60,000 capacity, and that's how I took it, because we are on 30,000, and the most of the revenue is coming from redesigning, because redesigning is there where we need not to employ too much processes. On the other hand, since we already employing that redesigning part a bit later, and we have that infrastructure with us, so that becomes very profitable for us. That's the whole model. Otherwise, the revenue from the yarn is not that long. It's 273 crores, if I will say at the fifth year.
In fact, we are not left with enough time, because in last minutes that you spent, I actually thought it's a recycling opportunity, not a redesigning opportunity.
Both, sir.
Both, sir. So basically, it's both, unless, because redesigning only comes in when we have that continuous supplies. So supply issue will be there, and that we'll be able to tap through recycling only, because only recycling can be done at the scale. In redesigning, I actually need the cloth of the quality at an optimum level. I'll not able to get that. And a continuous supply, and that void will left my workers and left my inventory all alone. So that I cannot. Yeah, that's why it's.
Redesigning is extremely, extremely tough market that you're trying to tap.
Right, sir.
My friend.
We are not going up friendly. We actually collaborating with other players. We will not that sector will not be able to tap by all alone. So that's where we.
But we are hopeful that the coming generation will be looking this.
You are the coming generation.
Yes, sir.
Even,
so we now want to.
Even Gen Z after us will be looking much into this.
So people are okay with it. Yesterday we met with so many people, so they were okay with this. They'll be able to buy recycling.
So the major issue is the supply chain, actually, the logistics, the inbound logistics, actually. So we are actually solving the first part. Then
this generation doesn't even buy or wear clothes after 10 times of use. You're trying to sell a redesigned cloth.
Now it's it's coming the fast fashion way. Like everybody wants to change their clothes in 5 months or 3 months like that. So we are trying to tap that market.
Wow, that's the new generation.
You're going into a completely different space from thrift to fast fashion.
Like the time.
The thrift will be part of that fast fashion because the thrift shops will be actually having those rentals clothing, which will be a part of fast fashion.
Not solving the problem, my friend.
Yeah, I must say yours the most adaptive platform, which in last 3 minutes has changed the business proposition.
It was always about redesign and recycle. Just because we were lack of time.
Redesign first or recycle first?
Sir, recycle is the core idea, but to make it lucrative, redesign part had to be added because or else profitability won't be achieved. As you said, recycle is a very tough business. Redesign, there's a opportunity for profits. But our core idea was recycling. So that's why we mixed both of them.
Okay, thank you so much.
I love the flexibility and the adaptability.
Thank you, sir.
And the agility.
Thank you so much, jury, for the lovely questions. And team, thank you so much for the great pitch. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you so much.
Thank you, team.
So, I'd like to remind our audience at GeoTalks, as well as those tuned in via the live stream, to keep voting. The QR code will be displayed on the screen at regular intervals, so don't forget to cast your votes. And after all those fantastic pitches, I'm sure the energy in the room is buzzing, right? But just in case it's not, a little caffeine might do the trick. So let's take a quick 5-minute break for some caffeine, some coffee, and then we'll resume the program. See you on the other side of the break then. Thank you. For those who dare to dream, there is a whole world to win. Wise words by our founder chairman, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani. A warm welcome back to the grand finale, where our top 10 dreamers are ready to take the center stage and turn their dreams into reality.
Up next, let's call upon the stage a team that's truly playing the game of innovation. Miradors from IIFT Delhi. With Khelo Sathi, they're seamlessly connecting athletes, coaches, and venues. Leading the way with their vision is the ever-supportive mentor, Jasminder Singh Gulati, co-founder of Now Floats. Let's get ready to cheer on Ritam, Anjali, Sheetal, and Vikrant as they take us on a journey from the heart of Delhi to the future of sports.
Hello, we're Team Miradors, and we are here to talk about unlocking India's immense potential in sports and how together we can make a real difference. Did you know that globally the sports industry contributes just 0.5% to the GDP, but in India it's just 0.1%. This is despite having the world's largest youth population, that's over 600 million people under age of 25. That's a massive untapped opportunity waiting to be harnessed. According to an FICCI report, India needs approximately 4.3 million sports professionals to meet the global standards. Yet thousands of talented sports coaches across the country are underemployed. At the same time, countless aspiring athletes struggle to find the quality coaching and sports venues remain underutilized. Job searches in sports have increased by 11%, while job postings have decreased by 25%. This mismatch highlights a significant gap between those seeking opportunities in sports and the availability of those opportunities.
So what's the problem? Coaches lack visibility and struggle to find consistent work. Athletes can't access quality, personalized coaching, especially outside major cities. Venues are underused, leading to lost revenue and wasted resources. Existing solutions like overcrowded academies are expensive and offer little personalized attention. Independent coaches often rely on word of mouth, limiting their reach. Introducing Khelo Sathi, a platform designed to bridge these gaps and revolutionize India's sport ecosystem. So how does Khelo Sathi work? For coaches, they can create detailed profiles showcasing qualifications and experience, manage schedules, and receive secure payments through the platform. For athletes, find verified qualified coaches tailored to their sport, skill level, and location. Receive personalized training plans to achieve their goals. For venues, list facilities on the platforms to increase occupancy. Host coaching sessions and training programs, which will help in boosting revenue. But the impact goes beyond just connecting coaches, athletes, and venues.
Khelo Sathi can monetize by charging a commission fee on coach bookings made through the platform. It can offer premium memberships for athletes, helping them find their ideal coach for personalized plans. Venues can be paid to be promoted for higher visibility. Additionally, the platform can partner with sports brands for sponsorships and in-app advertisements. Making quality coaching accessible empowers youth, promotes healthier lifestyles, and builds a strong community. Khelo Sathi also aligns with the government initiatives like Khelo India and the Fit India movement, supporting their goals for promoting sports and fitness across the country. Imagine a platform where coaches find meaningful employment and professional growth. Athletes achieve their dreams with the right guidance. Venues thrive as vibrant centers of community engagement. That's the future we envision with Khelo Sathi.
Khelo Sathi, your partner in play.
Good afternoon, we are Team Miradors from IFT Delhi. We are here to address a major issue that is plaguing the Indian sporting industry. Despite having the world's largest youth population, we face challenges of underemployed coaches, underutilized venues, and limited access to quality coaching. The current coach-to-athlete ratio is 1:114, far from the ideal 1:10. Through conversation with key stakeholders, we uncovered deeper pain points that validate our vision. Our research involved 50 coaches across different geographies, sports, skills, and income levels, which revealed that 30% struggle to find new students, while 24% face income instability. Additionally, 36% rely on word-of-mouth reach, underscoring the urgent need of an effective digital solution in this space.
Khelo Sathi will connect certified coaches with athletes through key platforms like sports academies, tech firms, and local clubs. It will offer verified coach profiles, venue listings, and comprehensive support for personalized coaching, ensuring coaches gain consistent work and venues boost their bookings. Athletes will benefit from automated matching, training progress tracking, and a feedback system for quality assurance. Our Know Your Coach feature, incorporating identity verification, certification checks, and detailed feedback, tackles key challenges such as building trust and long-term retention.
I'm excited to introduce you to Khelo Sathi's roadmap. In year 1, we'll focus on platform development and onboarding coaches and venues, and forming local partnerships to build trust. Moving into year 2, we'll have an AI-driven algorithm matching systems, matching students with appropriate coaches for their levels. By year 3, we will establish corporate partnerships and start a sports equipment marketplace. Finally, in year 4, we'll have data for coaches and students. This will help us see which districts are growing for what sports and plan accordingly. Our pilot program targets these 3 states initially. Those are Haryana, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu, with special focus on districts with strong sporting culture, each known for its unique athletic strengths. Further down the line, we'll expand to these 6 states based on their Khelo India game ranking because of their interest in diverse range of sports there. We see the following synergies. First, with Sports Authority of India, will provide data-driven insights to enhance government sports initiatives. Additionally, collaborating with Reliance Foundation's RFYS will allow us to leverage data for better talent identification.
So for customer acquisition, Khelo Sathi will collaborate with sports influencers and brand ambassadors. Also, it will conduct marketing events during sports matches, and also it will make partnership with schools and townships for customer onboarding. Talking about the customer retentions, the users will get reward for their consistent use. Along with that, Khelo Sathi will have its own loyalty, own referral program. Now talking about the financial, so we assume that Khelo Sathi's users will increase as we will continue to expand in various states, and as per expansion of users, our advertisement revenue will grow accordingly. Talking about our marketing activities will consist of both offline and online events as mentioned in the slide. Let's move to the prototype now.
This is the first screen. Here they will go and sign in or register as a coach, a student, or a venue operator. Here he will register as a coach. Now the coach will fill all of his information, upload his government ID, upload his certificates for verification purposes. In the next screen, this is the coach's dashboard. You can see the number of students he has coached so far and the reviews he has received so far for the said coaching. This is the earnings dashboard for the coach, where you can see the amount he has earned since he has joined the platform. This is the panel where the student can see what coach he wants to be coached under. He can chat the coach, negotiate the dates and the price for each session. This is the student dashboard where you can see the sessions he has attended so far. This is where they can book a venue, and this is a congratulatory message for customer retention purposes. We are open to questions.
Can you clarify your revenue model and the cost model? Because we can't see the data.
Sir, we are going to work on commission basis. So whenever a student will make a payment to the coach, we are going to charge 11%. And also whenever a payment will be made to venue, we are going to charge 25% commission. And then talking about other sources of revenue, so as from year 3, we will be having our sports marketplace. So that will be also one source of revenue. And also in-app advertisement and event listing will be the another source of revenue.
Saying in the very first year is negative.
Yes, sir. In initial 2 years, so like we will be burning some money. Now after that,
I guess the whole I see in the game is like, what's to prevent? So coaching is ongoing, right? So you'll set up someone to meet the coach, then once they meet, why don't they keep using the app? Why won't they just cut you out of the process? And also, I don't really understand the unique value proposition, so maybe it's like the first of its kind, but then ultimately this just seems pretty easy to replicate, and why would they keep using your, service in the ongoing future? Like, what would be I can't even think of the word, but I think you know what I mean. Yes. What would be unique, ongoing, that would, to me, like, let's say it worked. I would see the coaches just charging the individuals separately and stop using the app. Number one, risk. Number two, risk. Anybody could do this very quickly.
So to address...
What do you mean? Yes. I think they also same message. What is the barrier to entry to this?
How we retain the talent, the coach. If they go on to our platform, we'll provide them performance, analytics, and nutrition-based coaching. For example, if any student books a session through our app, we will have a dedicated performance analyst present with the coach that would advise nutrition-specific benefits to the students the coach is teaching, or provide them if a certain injury happens to the athletes. He can suggest what other things he can do, or some form or some exercise he's doing wrongly. So currently the coaches are not getting this kind of professional help on ground level, and this is one aspect where coach will get access to performance coach is one of the ways to retain the talent. Secondly, we'll also provide the coaches that come on board to our platform health insurance. So one of the main shortcomings or problems that we saw when we talked to coaches in Haryana and Maharashtra were that they were very underpaid. And once they get injured, their only source of livelihood is going on field teaching students, and they're unable to do so if they're injured, and the healthcare cost in India is huge. So we'll also provide the coaches who stay on the platform for larger amount of time, health insurance of around 5 lakhs through our third-party associations.
And sir, additionally, we'll have a loyalty program built for the coaches. So for example, if they are on the platform for certain months, we'll have additional bonuses. We have already put that in the appendix, where we'll have a strong loyalty program. And we do agree that there might be dropout rate. However, the incoming rate of the students will be more, so we'll make sure that it's a circular program. Ultimately, we found that a lot of coaches were not getting enough regular employment. So I believe that it will be, ultimately they have to come back to the platform to get the employment for them.
So multiple different diverse questions. If you go back to your financials, your sheet, you've got some 25% mentioned as commission paid. Yeah. Whereas you've said it's 11% when you mentioned, and in your sheet here you've got 10 to 15% for athletes and coaches. So I'm confused where your commission is going to be. Second diverse thing is, I noticed, what is the total number of venues in India for such purposes? What is the total?
So, sir, answering your first question, so our revenue model is like for coaches, we are going to charge 11%, or for venues, we are going to charge 25%. And for this, actually, we look at the industry standards. So, we talk to venue operators, and so like what is the general percentage that is being charged. And for coaches, like actually there is no such platform as of now. So we have taken an industry estimate, like this is the average estimate that generally in industry customer pays. And for venues, it's the actual number. We have talked to certain venue providers. There are other players in the venue category, so we have talked to them.
What is the total number of venues in the country?
Currently we did a research in the first 3 states of Haryana, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. There are around 567 venues listed on the internet where they are.
And in the country, how many?
So if we gain enough traction in the first year, then we'll go on to and look for further data where
Because what I'm looking at is, in your 5th year, you're just adding 100 venues. So you would think that by the year 5, you would have saturated all venues.
No, sir, we are not saturating. Actually, this is a conservative approach that we are taking. And like one thing that we are assuring, even if the number of venues are not increasing, we are focusing more on the number of bookings. So our target is that as soon as our platform...
Is there no other existing platform that provides this?
For venue bookings, there are...
No. For getting all of this together?
For coaches, there is no such platform right now in India.
None at all?
None at all. And no consolidated platform. We are just providing, for example, an Airbnb of sorts for coaches.
What is Khelo?
So Khelo is in this category, but Khelo is only focusing on the venues part. And when
they have coaches also.
So sir, they have mentioned in their value proposition, when we actually check their website, there is no data available on coaches. Like we actually tried to book a coach, but for not a single sport, we are not able to book a coach.
So are you going to offer classes? You're going to connect coaches? Is it for sport for leisure? Is it sport for professionalism? I'm slightly confused because the states that you have listed, Haryana, which was the
Maharashtra
and Tamil Nadu are a very, very strong sports-focused community, which is sports for professionalism, where the coaches do not necessarily are just booked on an app, are a lifetime coaches, right? From being a student all the way to your career development. So what is your proposition? What's your target audience? Is the target audience who is looking for sports for leisure, or is it for professionalism?
So our first target customer would be people anywhere between 15 to 35 interested into upscaling into any sports. So once we get credibility by consumers going onto the platform and trying out coaches, then we are going to look forward to the professional side of the things. And on the question...
It's for leisure, then effectively 15 to 35.
Yes.
At 20-year-old, you can't train a person to go and compete in any national.
Yes, for us to be profitable, we need to address the masses, wherein the people who are...
But how do you certify and ensure the quality of the coaches and the venue? 567 venues that listed down, I can say 90% of them would not even have hygiene conditions to use the washrooms, right? How do you ensure the quality of the infrastructure, quality of the coaches? Because if you can't ensure, a customer will not come back to your app or whatever website. And second question, I think I completely agree with Brian, right? If you just like a gig economy kind of an app where you connect the coaches with the student, what prevents them to connect and then straight away continue their training off the platform, right? You won't get any commission, which was a problem which a lot of gig economy websites and apps have faced. Urban Clap tried doing the same thing where they connected the coaches for the sports, for the musics, but it didn't work out, right?
So sir, to address your question, first I will address venue part. So in our financials, so we have allocated a certain budget for venue standardization. So that is the one reason why we are going conservative. So we are only focusing 20 venues per district, and every year we are allocating 9 lakh rupees for these 20 venues, and we are trying to make sure
9 lakh across 20 venues or 9 lakh per venue?
It will be across venues, and we are not going to develop venues from the scratch.
How much turf cost? Even if you have to set up a turf for a cricket and football event, how much that cost?
Yes, sir. So it is not the setup cost, so it will be the renovation cost. So we are not going to construct venues from the scratch. Whatever facilities are there, if they need a makeover, then we are going to provide them that cost. Because already there are multiple venues, as we have said, around 576 venues have been listed in these 3 states. There might be some problem with the maintenance, but venues are already there. So there is no need to create new venues. So that's why we have taken this low cost.
Have you visited any of these venues?
Yeah, sir. We have visited multiple tubs, like in weekends, like we played on some of these venues.
So in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu? Now, I'm not talking about the city like Mumbai. I'm talking about effectively tier 2, tier 3 towns.
So tier 2, tier 3 not visited yet.
You should visit
Yeah.
these venues, look at the infrastructure, look at the quality of the sporting facilities, right?
Mhm.
Some of them being listed as a football field, but when you go and see, they're not actually being used even as a football field. They're using as a parking lot.
Sir, adding on to my colleague's part, we already have a sales personnel team, so we'll make sure
You have
a sales personnel team dedicated to visit whatever
Sales
venues.
personnel?
Yes, sir, like a sales team, who also the verification team who will be doing all the venue operators checks in place that way to convince them and get on board and also get
Where's the
the
cost for that?
So we already included
So
the
salaries. So sir, in Salesforce cost, that cost is included. So in every district, we are going to have people of 20 people, people of 20.
Every
men.
district you will have 20 people.
Yeah, and their job is, because initially there will be problem of awareness, so we need to go manually and onboard coaches and venues. So that's why we have taken this.
So 20 people, even at an average cost of, let's assume 10 lakhs per person, how much are you talking about? You're effectively talking about 20 CR, right? Or 2 CR? As a cost, where is that cost? I can't see.
So currently, in our pilot program, we are going to visit 5 districts per state. So we are catering to 15 districts per state. We are first targeting profitability. So we are not going to cater to districts where we feel like the demand would be not high. So
I don't know why you would do that. That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you don't have to visit any place. You could do reviews and surveys and get, customer feedback on everything, and then theoretically, becomes an Uber system where each person continues to rate it every time, and if it's substandard, you drop it from your list. So why would you go to all this trouble to try and visit these thousands of places? And why would you ever think of investing money into the place with no guarantee that they would even continue to use your service, or that they would even be, give you enough business? To me, those seem like two real holes in the business case from my perspective, but that's just my opinion.
So to address this question, so actually there is a lack of awareness among the people. So when we talk coaches, would you like to have such platform, and what is your opinion? So they are like, even if such platforms come, how will we get to know? So that is the only reason why we are having this team, because coaches will not get to know unless we will tell them there is such platform and you have to onboard. And
no, I was saying, you were talking about visiting venues. I'm saying, to me, that seems like a lot of cost for no benefit, really.
Sir, taking up your question, it's just for the starting few years, like just 1 or 2 years to get to the main ground and venues, and then ultimately we'll take the customer feedback as you mentioned on the app. Then we'll have a certain rating system of 3 or 4 and drop the venues as suggested by you, sir.
I mean, I don't know if you'll ever do it, I guess. I'm just saying, you don't have to do that. You can start doing free surveys to everybody who lives in a district. Rate all these places. How's the bathrooms? How's this? How's this? You'll find out without even having to launch your app or send people there.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, jury, for the great questions. Thank you so much, team. It was a great pitch. Can we have a round of applause for them?
Thank you.
So up next, let's get ready to meet the trailblazing alchemist from Masters Union School of Business. Yashwant is here to revolutionize food storage with his climate-agnostic onion storage systems. Guided by Ashish Anantaraman, CEO and CTO of Swiffy Labs, let's give it up for Yashwant as he takes the stage to share his groundbreaking idea.
So what we are going to discuss is one of the major problems faced by onion farmers of India and elsewhere in the world as well. With over 26 million metric tons, India is the largest producer of onion in the world, followed by China. However, with such a huge production comes significant challenges. Let us hear what farmers have to say on this.
रस्त्यानं जर आईस्क्रीमवाला चालला जर मुलगा म्हणला आईस्क्रीम घ्यायचं तर नाही घेऊ शकत आम्ही. 2 रुपये किलोने जर कांदे झाले तर एक आईस्क्रीम घ्यायला तर 10 रुपयाला तर 5 किलो कांदे याची ऐपत नाही आमची.
We all know that onions are available at 5 rupees per kg in one season, and in another season one might have to shell out 120 rupees for that same 1 kg of onion. It made me wonder, where exactly is the problem? That's when it became clear I needed a deeper understanding of the onion value chain and the ground realities. I decided to take the initiative and spend 9 weeks living with farmers in the bara Pimpri, a village in tribal region of Maharashtra. During the interaction with the farmers, I understood that the Rabi harvested onions are stored anywhere till Diwali in October and November, when the Kharif onions are harvested. During these 6 months, the losses are very, very significant in the order of 30 to 50%. This reduces the onion supply in market, which results in extreme price hike. After much observation, I realized that this area needed a serious technological intervention to address the problem of storage challenges. So I first retrofitted the existing open ventilated storage structures and developed climate agnostic onion storage structures. These were capable of remote microclimate control, and it was also equipped with electronic nose. The electronic nose was capable of early spoilage detection and forewarning so that farmers are empowered to sell before the spoilage spreads. And the current interventions include retrofitting and constructing 3 climate agnostic storage structures at Nashik, Beed, and Parbhani. Parbhani is the largest one with 100 metric ton capacity funded by World Bank. Overall, during the performance evaluation, these structures were found to be capable of reducing the losses by 50% compared to the traditional open ventilated storage structures. It was also evaluated by Ministry of Consumer Affairs and consultants from KPMG India. And for this innovation, my team was awarded.
I would now like to request Shri Yashwant Nandi and his team from IIT Mumbai to kindly come on stage and receive the certificate.
मुझे खुशी है कि इनकी टेक्नोलॉजीज के माध्यम से आगे चल के जो वोलेटिलिटी है ऑनियन प्राइसेस में, इस पे हम नियंत्रण ला पाएंगे.
Namaskar. So we all are now well aware why price volatility happens from 5 rupees per kg in one season to 120 rupees per kg in another season. This is because of supply deficit which arises due to improper storage facilities that we have. And unfortunately, the traditional storage structures, although plentifully available, can't do the trick because they are exposed to the external environment. And challenging the conventional wisdom, we developed the climate agnostic storage structures where we can remotely control the microclimate conditioning and parameters such as temperature, relative humidity, and the airflow rate. Through the experimentation, we have also found out the sweet spot for optimum shelf life of onions. And also, while I was talking to farmers, there was a question. Acha, ye sab to theek hai, but what about the government subsidized storage structures that we have already implemented at a large scale? So that's where retrofitting comes in, and we convert the existing storage structures into the climate agnostic ones. And apart from this, we have a futuristic thing called electronic nose, which detects the spoilage based on the gases inside the system and tells the farmers, okay, abhi 10 din mein spoil hone wala hai ye wala lot, ye to jaake market mein sell kar do. So now this is fine, but what's our positioning compared to our competitors or alternatives that farmers have? So we lie at the intersection of traditional open ventilated storage structures and the cold storage structures. The traditional ones have comparatively lesser cost of investment, but they come with a significantly higher amount of losses, whereas cold storage comes with a significantly higher amount of capital investment, but very less amount of losses. So based on this, we have identified 3 customer segments. One is farmers and FPOs. Second is government and third is NGOs and CSR. So now, how will we generate revenue out of it? First thing is that we will directly make and sell these structures for those customers who are technically, economically capable of investing the capital in one go. And for others, we will have NBFCs and the fintech platforms who can help in initial financing. And let me tell you, for those farmers who cannot invest, cannot go for loan, then for those we can have a rental model so that they can pay a nominal fee for storing their onions for 6 months and then sell it off in the market and reap the benefits out of it. And coming to the economics of the structure, let me tell you, for every 100 rupees that a farmer invests, 60 rupees goes for the structural building that we have, and around 20 to 25 rupees goes for what we call this control system, electronic equipments that we place inside the system, and we are left out with a profit of around 15 to 16%. And considering the economics, farmers, for 6 lakh of investment for farmers for 25 metric ton storage structures, they will get a payback in 2.5 years. And we have a huge scope of expansion with 75 lakh metric ton deficit. So let me have a prototype, please.
So now that we have seen our business plan, let's deep dive into the product. Just to mention, although the structure is made to store onions, it is technically capable to store other horticulture produce as well, like tomatoes and chili. Let us see how it works. The control system within the structure captures the data that is collected by sensors placed at different nodes, and it sends it to the cloud. Based on the fine tuning that we have done, it regulates the microclimate conditions to maintain optimum temperature, relative humidity, and the airflow rate. We have also studied the fluid dynamics and optimized the staking system to place the electronic nodes, which based on the gas profile of the containers can forewarn the farmers to sell the produce before spoilage spreads. And these graphs are proof to show that we have successfully maintained those conditions throughout the day. As mentioned earlier, we have already implemented it at 3 locations in Maharashtra and got some recognitions as well. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, my first challenge, I guess, is, I always respect somebody who can invent something or come with new ideas, so kudos to that. But on that note, I don't think you've explained the fluctuation in price from year to year. You say you're attributed to lack of storage, but lack of storage is there every year, right? So like they're using the same facilities when onions are 5 rupees a kg versus when it's 100 rupees a kg. So I don't think so that is the reason why it fluctuates. They would have the same inefficiencies under both circumstances, correct?
Yes, sir, but with our structure, I reduce the losses by 50%.
So that's a different thing, though. But you still, I don't think, have answered your original. You said you had a question. Why it goes from year to year as the price change? I don't think you've answered that because the infrastructure is the same in every year. So it can't be that one year they're just wasting more, right? Because they're not changing the infrastructure. So if you're going to attack a different problem, then I would attack it from that angle. Is my advice for what it's worth, and say like, hey, we're going to try to fix just the waste, but the prices are still going to fluctuate. There was no evidence to believe this would change the fluctuation in price. That was one, and the other thing is, I don't know if you've considered like the relationship between farmers and the government of India, because it's very volatile when third parties try to get involved with the farmers. We had Reliance itself was shut down in Punjab. You would remember all those farmer strikes and protests and things like that. So trying to do something like this on a big scale, I would imagine may have a lot of resistance, especially if we're doing it at a profit. So I don't know how reasonable it is to get the farmers to buy into this program, even if it's to their benefit. Those are my 2 thoughts.
As far as price volatility is concerned, what my understanding is, every year it changes from, as I said, from April to September or October, from at single digit like 5 to 8 rupees per kg to 120 rupees or 100 rupees in retail, but in a wholesale level it comes to around 55 rupees for farmers. So if farmers can build this structure, what happens is at present, in April and May, farmers don't store the onions and sell them. So that's why they have enough supply and the prices are like 5 to 8 rupees per kg. And then if they store it, then this volatility won't be there and they won't have to suffer because of it. And that's the one part. Regarding the government thing, government is actually ready to support. If you know NCCF, after that I received that award. I also got funding from World Bank to implement this structure at Parbhani Agriculture College. Government NCCF asked me if I can implement on a pilot scale for a 500 metric ton storage structure for farmers, and then we can build it for a larger scale. Like I believe NCCF stores for around 1 lakh metric tons. So that's what we are going ahead with. And farmers adopt. I didn't really understand why farmers won't adopt these structures, but of course I'll go for next question maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't get in. Okay, fine. Forget that second part. But I have a experience with that, and that hasn't gone to the best. Something that would be to their benefit, but yet they saw as a threat, I guess, was the point, right? So that was my point. But because you can't change how people necessarily think. But I think my original point is, I think the volatility is more on the crops, on the climate, and you're ignoring that and just attributing it to waste, which is there every year, is what I'm trying to say. So I don't think you'll solve the problem of, it might be more efficient, that can be true, but I think what you're trying to accomplish would be, you may want to change your denominator based on the other realities that also impact the fluctuation of price from year to year.
Yes, I completely agree that it depends on the climate condition and the cropping patterns, and it's practically almost impossible to bring down it to zero volatility. But of course, I believe I can bring it down if I can scale and build the structure on a larger scale. Yeah, thank you, sir.
What is your competitive moat? And once you set up a couple of such buildings, why would others not just start replicating and setting it up, right? What's the business model? I like the idea. I think there's a clear gap in the market, and if your structure provides an insulation which saves nearly 20% of the wastage, it's a good technologically idea. But what's a competitive mode? What's the business here? Why would government not just take this idea and set up in pretty much every onion farms, right? Because ultimately it's the government which should provide these services, right? You're not into trading, you're not into collection of onions, right?
Yes, sir, I completely agree with your question. So the cooling system that I have, where I developed an innovative cooling system, and also the electronic nose. This was my thesis work at IIT Bombay when I was a student there. And I'm in collaboration with IIT Bombay. I'm going to patent this, and the patent is under process. It is filed, and it will be granted in some time. So it's practically I'm going to be the one. The electronic nose is developed by me itself during my thesis work. So, and the cooling system was part of the project that one of my friend Om Agrahari. He was my dear classmate, so he developed it during his thesis system. So we are going to patent it. So it's going to be patented, so it's not kind of at least the cost, at a cost point of view, we will be at an advantage. Otherwise, we already have a cold storage structures. Then there is no point of saying that I regulate temperature, relative humidity, and airflow rate. So I hope I can
understood. I think just going back to the question that Brian asked, you're effectively, your counterparty is, which is farmers or agriculture economy, which is structurally very inefficient as a market, as a counterparty, as a credit. And that's what the difficulties that you will see, because you're effectively trying to address one part of the value chain and not the entire value chain. You're present only in one part of the value chain, not the entire value chain. But good luck with this.
Yes, sir. So let me answer this question as well. We have developed the storage structure. We understood that the inherent shelf life of onions can't be changed. So that's why we have entered into pre-harvest stage as well. In this year, we have done the performance evaluation for it, and we have successfully conducted it. The results are almost out. So that's what we are looking for, both going forward as well as backward. And next year, we will go on at what time farmers should sell this produce and help them. We already have electronic nose, but farmers don't have a knowledge of how these, especially price is going to be in the next.
The moment you touch the prices and what time the farmer should sell, you're effectively getting into the trading community, which is so strong, they will just not let you survive.
Yes, sir. But of course, selling at right time is important because when I was working with the Nashik structure that you see in the image, the farmers did not sell at a right time, but they sold in early October. If they had they waited just before Diwali, they would have gotten a better price. So helping with them in that part as well, and supporting throughout the value chain, not from helping them in package of practices and the seeds that they get, the quality of seeds that they had. We gave seeds from DOGR. They were using a traditional homegrown seeds, but we procured from Department of Onion Garlic Research, Pune, and we gave them the seeds recommended by the government, explained them the package of practices that they need to follow. Eventually, we also got the better results after storage, rather than compared to the existing ones they had. So that's what we are going at. We are trying to expand overall value chain, throughout the value chain. Yes, sir.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to be inspired as we call to the stage a visionary team from Mica Ahmedabad. They've cracked the code on turning textile waste into biofuels, proving sustainability and innovation go hand in hand. Please put your hands together for Jagruk, Shreyanshi, Upmanyu and Mithil from TUP Barsa Pani, mentored by the co-founder of FINE, Farooq Adam. We also have Mr. Vipul and Ms. Charu from Mithil's family amongst us. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
$132 billion, around 25 to 30% of India's national imports. That is the amount of money we as a nation spend every year just on fuel imports. Imagine the strain on our forex reserves. To counter this, our government has come up with multiple initiatives such as providing subsidies on EVs, improving public transport, promoting alternative fuel sources, and promoting ethanol-run vehicles with the ambitious E20 and E30 targets. What is E20, you may ask? E20 is the ambitious target of 20% ethanol blending in fuel set by the Indian government for 2030. Currently, we are at 11 to 13%, and the government has already announced its plan for a 30% target, which is good because ethanol blended fuel improves efficiency and reduces pollution. Additionally, ethanol has other use cases such as being a standalone fuel, a chemical catalyst, hydrogen fuel, and in herbicides. However, there also happens to be a global shortage of ethanol feedstock. While you ruminate on that thought, we request your attention towards the elephant in the room. In fact, almost 20 lakh elephants every year just in India, the weight equivalent of textile waste generated. Mountains of waste every year, which in their best case scenario decompose. But even that releases methane, a greenhouse gas responsible for global warming. Let us look at where all of this comes from. 61% of this waste is cotton based, 12% a cotton poly blend. Of the total waste, 51% of it is domestic consumer waste. There also happens to be a sophisticated flow to this waste inside our country, which we can see with the help of this map. Additionally, India also happens to import some of this waste. We referred to multiple reports which covered over 157 textile and apparel manufacturers and understood that there is an entire economy ready and waiting to be utilized, complete with a ready value chain and whatnot. Well then, what if instead of viewing this waste as a liability, we used it as an untapped resource of sustainable energy waiting to be unleashed? Meet text fuels, turning waste into what? Through text fuels, we convert all this textile waste into ethanol. How? By breaking cellulose into sugar, a process that gives us ethanol and biogas. But why should you care? I mean, we can go on and on about how it's a good way to future proof. It is offsetting the impact of methane on environment. It is a good way to achieve net carbon zero. It creates a circular economy. It supports the national interest by contributing to the environmental and ecological goals, and that it already has a significant portion of its distribution in place in the form of India's vast fuel network. And those are important facts. But even as a standalone business, text fuel is lucrative. A business that can turn a 300 crore investment into a robust revenue stream with over 1000 crore worth of sales in less than 10 years. And that is even before we consider government support that it is eligible for. Let us tell you how.
With the Indian textile market set to grow at a CAGR of 10% and the biofuel market projected to grow at 22%, we'll only see more of textile waste and demand of ethanol. Here, text fuel reduces the textile waste disposal and reliance on fossil fuels, raises sustainability in textile operations and accessibility to renewable energy, creates a circular economy with multiple revenue streams, and eliminates dependency on feedstocks.
Our solution incorporates by sourcing the textile waste from two major sources. One is the manufacturers and the second is the fast fashion industry. As you can see in the blueprint, the step one, we will first process the waste through an automatic fabric sorter and segregate into two major components, plant-based and synthetic materials. Then the materials are processed through the synthetic scrap shredder machine and moved to the pre-treatment tanks where they undergo chemical, biological and thermal processes. In the next step, 4A, enzymatic hydrolysis breaks down the polysaccharides into monosaccharides using enzymes, making it ready for microbial fermentation in the next process. Anaerobic digesters further convert the residual waste in the step 4 to biogas and valuable byproducts. The end products collected in step 6, which include the cellulosic ethanol, can be used for fuel blending and the biogas for power generation, completing a sustainable circular economy in the textile value chain.
Now, we plan to do this in 3 phases. In the first phase, we have to set up a pre-treatment plant and a production plant, get license of production and NOC and apply for government schemes. The financials we have taken, we follow a very conservative approach where we assume that in the first year, we'll only be catering to we'll only be operating at 51% of the capacity, and we have taken the growth rate to be 30% per year, and the selling price at 60 rupees per liter, which is significantly lower than the current market price of ethanol. Now to break even, we will break even in about 3.5 years, and our potential revenue streams will be the sales through our biofuel, the carbon credit sales, and the byproducts. In a second phase, we plan to expand to polyester waste, and in the third phase, we plan to expand our offerings to biofuel from biofuel to effluent sludges and to different and start exporting to different countries. Now, as we can see that there's a significant gap between the demand of ethanol and the supply of ethanol in India. Now, despite progress, there are challenges like feedstock shortages, which are causing a drop in ethanol blending rates and targets, and this opens up great opportunity for tax fuel. Now, ethanol isn't just used for fuel blending, it caters to other industries like hydrogen fuel, beauty care, and pharmaceuticals, etc. And by increasing just 60% of the capital expenditure, we can potentially double our production capacities, making economies of scale feasible and our projects scalable. Historical data from multiple countries shows that there's a demand for ethanol, highlighting immense potential for this market and positioning tax fuel as an attractive business solution to bridge this gap.
Highlighting our environmental and sustainability benefits are among our most important selling points. India's proximity to major textile hubs such as Bangladesh and Vietnam also acts as a major advantage for us in terms of scalability. And setting up plants in cities like Panipat, Tirupur, or Surat can help us save on costs. Meanwhile, partnering with fuel distributors and retail outlets while highlighting the benefits of ethanol to end users will help us penetrate the market. So in conclusion, tax fuel is a business that will generate revenue, save resources, and contribute towards the larger net carbon zero goals. A piece of clothing worn by you today could be instrumental in powering our nation tomorrow. That's tax fuel, turning waste into watts, empowering India and beyond.
That's it.
Hi. Very interesting. Again, wanted to understand about the process. What is the, in terms of the process, what has been the testing, where have you got that information from, and has it been implemented elsewhere?
So as of now, there is no implementation. The main idea is that we are building upon the existing ethanol production infrastructure, which is based on sugarcane and other feedstock inputs. So as you can see, our novelty is in the pre-treatment process and the synthetic scrapers. So the other processes of fermentation and sorting already exist and are currently being used by the current ethanol production entities. The idea that we are bringing is laboratory tested. So we have gone through research papers and referred to a lot of professors currently working. And we have identified the enzyme and the novel idea of producing this sugar from the waste. That's the major idea in the pre-treatment process.
So it's all in theory right now?
It's lab tested, yeah.
And what is the waste that you will incur in this entire process?
So majority of the waste is gonna come if you're talking about the fabric, the natural fibers will yield a high amount of cellulose, around 80% from cotton, wool, and jute type of fibers. When you come to the blended fabrics, there is a blend of 55% cotton and 45% polyester in general clothing in India. So accounting that, we can extract through the process, we can extract the cotton and the natural fibers. The extracted sludge, which is left after the synthetic processing, has 30% to 40% potential of generating biogas. Apart from that, the process also incorporates the recycling part of the polyester value chain. So you'll get terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol as the byproduct, which accounts for 40%, rest of the 40%. Apart from that, 20% is waste.
So that amounts to about 20% waste, and then the other biogases you said were what, 30%?
Yeah, so in the process, as you can see in anaerobic digester, the yield is less because essentially we cannot extract too much from a synthetic blend. The major portion...
Which is where most of your fast fashion is.
As we identified in our video as well, we formed that the textile waste composed 61% of natural fiber waste, because not just fast fashion industry, fabric waste also comes from jute bags, all the other natural fiber based usages of
So this is going to be very labor intensive in terms of, sort of sifting through the fabrics you have. Have you accounted for that kind of labor?
Yes, so for that we have decided to not directly jump into the collection process. We'll buy our waste from aggregators, which will be costly, but we'll get a more, let's say, more essential waste, which is, how do I explain?
More serviceable and
More
ready to
serviceable,
use
yeah,
waste.
ready to use waste down the value chain. Because if you go down the value chain, the aggregators will cut out zippers, buttons, and other things which are not
So much
recyclable.
waste from this. It's always a concern when you're talking about circular economy.
I think one of the things is the end usage of this ethanol is by industry, or how are you? The end product usage.
Yeah, so ethanol currently is being used in two major industries. One is
No,
fuel.
your product means.
Yeah, so this is industrial usable ethanol which can be used in fuel blending.
How different it is from the sugar?
There is no difference. It's just the distillation process of the concentration of ethanol is different.
Okay, so the cost of making through this vis-a-vis cost of making through other sugar, is it difference?
Yes, so this is a expensive process.
So yeah, so if it's expensive, so what is your end product pricing vis-a-vis sugar derived ethanol?
So currently sugar industries per liter production of ethanol costs around 30 to 35 rupees, whereas this we have estimated around 40 to 45 rupees.
So if it's 20%, 25% higher, and if you're going to mix, let's say, with diesel to give an auto fuel, why it will change your end cost of the fuel?
So primarily we have focused on the demand side of the ethanol because there is not enough production of ethanol to meet the demand right now because our blending targets are not being met, as well as countries such as Brazil who are focusing on 85% blending rates right now.
I'm assuming 20% blending, but question is, if you're 45, the other side is, let's say, 35, 20-25% costlier, how does the economics work? Especially if it is a auto fuel.
So yeah, that is true that we are more expensive than feedstock conversion, but there's also the fact that feedstock has very limited land. Most of this feedstock conversion happens through sugarcane farming. Sugarcane is processed into ethanol. Now, there's only so much sugarcane land that you can expand to.
I understand, but then somebody has to bear that subsidy.
The subsidy schemes, okay.
No, I'm saying if your blending is 20% costlier, who will bear that cost? Because your end product price is fixed.
Yeah, sir. So firstly, there is the reason why we came up with this is because there is more demand and less supply. Next, when it comes to subsidy, this is eligible for the variable gap funding subsidy that the government offers up to 60.
Government may not subsidize fuel.
And which we have not. That is why we did not account for that in our financials as well. But even after we don't account for the subsidy, we are able to come up with a profit by simply reducing our.
I mean, to add on, or what I would interpret the sir's point here is that the way to fix it, if your demand is more than your supply, making the product more expensive will not fix the problem, right? I mean, if you're making the product now more expensive, that will decrease. I mean, how is that going to increase the demand if someone could make it cheaper? I'm sorry, the supply rather. You know, that doesn't seem, I don't think how that math works in the basics economics, right? I mean, the only way if the demand is higher, then the prices should go up. But if the prices aren't going up in the cheaper way, then there's some other problem in the system. And I just want to go through the financials real quick because that's like the last question on the test here. I don't understand the business case. I mean, what is the return on capital on this?
Sir, to address the first question, as we showed in the video, there are feedstock shortages. So the production through feedstock is not as consistent, and there is also land shortage, right? Eventually, there's only so much land that can be cultivated for sugarcane and used for ethanol, subsequently used for ethanol. That's why this solution comes in as an alternate, which is more sustainable and also addresses that the waste that India produces through the textile industry.
But probably for some other reason, maybe through government, or I think the demand is government driven, right? I mean, there's no real shortage in ethanol, I don't think, other than they want to put more ethanol blend into the fuel, right? So, I mean, the point is, since the price isn't going up, you know, just offering a new product or more of it at a higher price, I don't see how that's going to, you know, fix that problem. But any which way, I was more concerned on the return on investment and how the business case works.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's correct. 234 crores for 36.5 million metric tons of capacity plant, right? Where is the fixed cost of that? That cannot be 9.4 crores, right?
No, that's the OPEX. Basically, we will require 291 to 300 crores of total investment, which out of which capex is 250 crores, 250 or 234 crores, as we have stated here.
Yeah, so 250 to 300 crores, 15% if I take return on capital employed, that's 45 CR. Where are you recovering that 45 CR?
Sir, our plant can produce around 19.6 million liters of ethanol in a year, and currently taking the market price at 60 rupees per liter, we are generating revenue of 117 crores a year. That is profitability is somewhere around 20-25%, and that's how we are breaking even after around 3.5 to 4 years. Sorry, sir, couldn't hear you.
Can you go through that again? The total capital deployed from a CapEx standpoint is how much?
Around 235 crores.
Okay, and then how much how much is your yearly OPEX, operating expenses?
Around 57 crores.
Okay, so and then how much profit can you generate a year?
117 crores.
Okay, so the 117 crores a year of profit.
So 117 crores in revenue.
After the 50
Revenue.
It's at a 20% profit. That becomes what, 25 crores a year or something, right? 20 crores a year, right? So it's more than a 10-year payback, right? Where are you getting 4 years?
So sir, if you look at our contribution margins here, we are making around 26 to 27.
Can you run the maths? It's a 35 metric ton capacity plant, right?
Yeah.
How much of ethanol and how much of biogas do you generate?
So ethanol is 19.6 million tons, and biogas is around. Biogas is produced less, only 30 to 40% of the synthetic waste is
19.6, which you sell it at what, 40 rupees?
60. We have assumed the cost to be 60.
Price? Or
price. The price to be 60.
Where the market is selling at what price ethanol?
60.
So, market varies from 56 to 70, but depending on different grade and how much water is mixed with and other chemicals are mixed with ethanol.
So 60 into 20 million ton is what, 220 crores, right? So 120 crores, what's the variable cost of the fabric collection, textile collection and all? How much cost you have, and where is the aggregation cost, where is the logistic cost? These are very localized units, right?
Breakdown.
Yes, sir. So this is our breakdown of the capex and opex, as you can see here. That's how we reached at the 57.16 crores operating cost per year.
Now again, sir, this is referred to from a sister industry of the feedstock plants that are operating right now, because the plant currently that we have planned is not running, right? Because they require some specialized machinery as well. So this is
and
referred
who's
to
going to
from
develop that specialized machinery?
The aggregator, the segregator and the pre-treatment plant.
Who is going to develop that? That you're going to develop that?
Sir, so we have assumed the cost because this pre-treatment process is a new idea. There is no machine yet for that.
Yeah.
So we have assumed the cost of that pre-treatment as mentioned in our capex, sir. It comes under the plants and machinery cost.
Would you not be better served first doing it at a lab scale, first developing an equipment, a smaller size equipment, getting to know the efficiency of it, the cost of it, utility cost of it, how much yield you get, and then scaling it up? Because right now we are looking at all this, but there's significant assumptions which have gone behind these numbers, right? In terms of how much of calorific value you get from the textile, from various feedstock to funnel, what's aggregation, what's a yield loss, what's a wastage, what's a byproduct, at what cost you sell, what's a capex, right? There are a number of assumptions. For me, we can challenge these assumptions, but at the end of the day, there's no proof around even the model being proven or the process being proven.
Sir, so as you mentioned that the process is lab tested, so we have achieved ethanol yields in laboratory through this process. The yield currently is at 55 to 60% per kg of fabric which we are putting in there. And this process is, the research is going on since last 7 years, and the yield which we are seeing is latest in 2023 which was achieved. Further down the years, we expect the yield to rise up to 80% with the investment in R&D and the enzyme culture industry. So the yield is expected to reach around 80 to 85% by 2027-2028.
And the results, even when the research, there's some research has also been done internationally for the yield, and we have linked those links in the references as well.
Why don't you just send your pre-treatment unit to the existing biogas plants so that they become a multi-fuel, multi-feedstock units? Will that not be better?
Sir, we definitely thought of that idea, but the issue is that the fermentation process requires separate enzymes and separate chemical processes.
Have multi-fuel.
Yes, sir.
Multi-feedstock.
Thank you so much, jury. Thank you so much, team. That was a great interaction that we had. A big round of applause for them. Thank you. So now it's time to bring on stage Team Churche from NMIMS Navi Mumbai. This talented trio, Siddhant, Shreya and Anushka, is here to pitch their brilliant idea, an aggregator, fundraiser and community building platform for artists. Guiding their journey is none other than their mentor Sahas Malhotra, CEO of Geo7. From the creative heart of Navi Mumbai, let's hear it for Team Churche.
Founded in 2022 in Nagloi, Delhi, Churche an Empty Space challenges the notion that art is only for the privileged. It aims to create an inclusive environment for all the communities and backgrounds. Taking this mission one step further, we're developing a digital platform to serve as a one-stop hub for performing art enthusiasts. Acting as a community builder, aggregator, and fundraisers for artists, this platform will foster connections, support creativity, and ensure that art is accessible to everyone.
अक्सर कलाकारों को कई मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ता है, जैसे पैसे जुटाना, दूसरे कलाकारों को ढूंढना और नाटकों और वर्कशॉप की जानकारी देना.
And this was deduced by us by conducting a survey with 600 plus respondents. Also, the survey revealed that 80% of the artists find collaboration very important, and 90% of the respondents are interested in community building activities. There's a huge opportunity to capitalize on this demand. Over 40% of the people are willing to spend between 2,000 to 5,000 rupees per month on performing arts activity, with approximately 7% willing to spend more than 5,000 rupees. Additionally, 80% of the people are interested in investing in production with a return on capital. And hence we want to launch this app with our 4 segments catering to different demands.
जिद हमारे भीतर की वो जिद जो लगातार व्यक्त करते रहना चाहती है. जिद के जरिए हम उन तमाम होस्टिंग स्पेसेस और कैफेज तक पहुंचेंगे जो आपके शहरों के अंदर ओपन माइक्स करा रहे हैं. कलाकार और नाट्य संस्थाएं अक्सर आर्थिक अवस्था के आगे हार जाते हैं. भूख के जरिए इनकी प्रस्तुति को क्राउड फंडिंग का लाभ मिलेगा. हर कलाकार का ख्वाब होता है कि उसकी प्रस्तुति लोगों तक पहुंचे, उनके जहन के अंदर तमाम रंग भर दे. ख्वाब के जरिए हम रंगमंच को बढ़ावा देना चाहते हैं. हाल ये है कि हम सब सुने जाना चाहते हैं, सब कुछ कह देना चाहते हैं. रफाकत, इसके जरिए कलाकार हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपनी एक प्रोफाइल बना सकता है. उसका नाम क्या है, वो कहाँ से आता है, उसकी किस कला के अंदर रुचि है, इस तरह के तमाम सवालों के जवाब देकर वो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पर रजिस्टर हो जाएगा.
Hi Sharks, I'm Anushka Asthana.
Hello Sharks, I'm Shama Rajan.
Hello, my name is Kashi Kumar Dubey.
And we together co-founded चर्चे. आप सभी को चर्चे मुबारक.
एक कलाकार की भूख होती है और वो उसे जिद्दी बनाती है. अब ये भूख कम हो या ज्यादा, एक कलाकार अपने ख्वाब कायम रखता है और ये ख्वाब शहर के हों या गांव के, वो रिफाकत पा ही लेते हैं. Good afternoon everybody, we are team Charche and we have conducted a survey with over 600 plus artists, and what we realized was that artists are suffering from financial constraint. They do not have enough platforms to build communities and they do not have platforms to crowdfund. So we have curated an app called Charche with our 4 segments. The 4 segments are Bhook, Zid, Khwab and Rifakat. So Bhook is a crowdfunding platform. Via this platform, artists can raise funds. When we talk about Zid, it will act as an aggregator between hosting spaces and artists. When we talk about Khwab, it will act as a ticketing platform for small theatre repertories. And when we talk about Rifakat, it will help them build a community. When we talk about our target audience, so our primary target audience are going to be artists and creators, venues and hosting spaces, theatre enthusiasts, and our secondary target audience are going to be event management companies, corporate entities, educational institutes, and so on and so forth, wherever art is required. Talking about the opportunity size of our platform, the current so the current performing arts market has been valued at 3.8 billion with a CAGR of 7 to 8%, and it is expected to grow till 7 billion in 2027. Also, if we talk about the number of freelancers as artists, there are more than 2.5 million freelancers. Now we'll talk about the revenue streams.
So, like the way you saw, we have 4 segments, and for that we have different revenue streams for each one of them all. For example, for the crowdfunding platform that is Book, we have transaction fees that we will be charging from each one of them all, whoever wants to invest. Apart from that, they have subscription tiers, which will give them different access to different information so that they know what they're getting themselves into. If we get into the second segment, that is Zid, we have commission on bookings, that is 2 to 5% per booking. That is, and apart from that, we have venue subscription plans that will give them the premium listing and analytics for each venue and all. The third is Khab, that is a ticket booking platform, and for that we have ticketing fees, just like the way Book My Show is charging. For that we are charging ₹10 for each ticket. Apart from that, we have membership fees, and for Rifakat, that is a community building platform, just like LinkedIn, it's just for the artists. We have premium and spotlight feature for that, and that will be ₹5 commission.
Now we can move to the prototype. So this is how basically the website is going to look like. We have 4 segments, and then a person can sign up. Then you can select your role as performer, aspiring performer, non-performer, or a host. You can again log in once you're signed up. So if you are a performer or aspiring performer, then your profile will be directly built in Rifakat, which is our community building platform. You can have a look at the prints that we have given you.
We have 4 different segments catering to each one of them all. Khab being the ticket show bookings, Zid, Rifakat.
So in Group, you can raise funds. There are various plays. There is amount demanded. Then you talk the details about the play. Then you tell who all are the lead actors. Of course, you will be linked to their Rifakat profile, and then you can support the cause.
So have you launched this platform?
We haven't launched this platform yet, but
Why have you not launched it yet? you seem to be ready to launch. So what is holding you to launch?
We are still, we want to do beta testing in coming phases, but yes, we are.
So what are the challenges that you see as you get into beta testing?
We are still about to do that. We will find that out definitely.
So you've mentioned theatre booking, which is a lot like Book My Show.
Yes.
And nowhere in the app did I see how you can join it as as someone who's an audience.
Yes,
Did you
we
have
did
that?
Yeah, non-performers are audience because we do not want to just categorize them as audience. So we've put them under non-performers, and they can directly go to Quab, and of course they can be part of various diverse plays which are happening in small theatre repertories. And as audience, you'll also get a chance to subscribe via our subscribe in our book, which is monthly donor subscription. So these are the options available for audience, and we'll be having. I'll show you. Yeah. So we'll be having these bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond gamification kind of model and badges to retain our artists and venues and also the audience. So they'll be granted few badges according to them, and then they can avail those badges like if you are a diamond badge audience.
Why, as an audience, would I pay the platform fee?
That was just for one of the platform. I'm just trying to tell you about various badges that we have. So in ZIT, if you potentially earn 20,000 rupees from the platform, then we'll be charging you 2% apart from the commission fee that we'll already been charging, and which turns out to be 400. And similarly for all the other batches level, once you reach your earning milestone, then also we'll be deducting few prices. And so this will also keep venues and artists loyal to the platform so that they can put the amount on the platform. Because on that amount basis only, you will be having your earning milestones. And also we'll be providing them co-sponsoring, we'll be co-sponsoring their events. We'll be scaling up according to batches that they have gained. So that's the idea.
My first observation is that it's trying to be too many things to too many people.
Yes.
That's my first observation here. The second is in terms of the target audience that you're mostly looking at, it's artists. So in terms of the cost as well, because we know that the artist community may not be able to, spend that much. So where exactly is this revenue model going is my big question.
Yes, so rightly pointed by you, artists do not have enough money and hence we are not charging them much. If you look at the transaction fee in book, this is not what artists are paying. Artists are being funded here. So we are having these potential pricing. So
for funding, you need to build the community first, right?
Yes.
So do you have an existing community?
We do. As you saw the pictures, those were part of our community only. So we have a physical working space in Delhi, back in Delhi. And these artists do not get enough opportunities, or they're not.
So they're just artists, right? They are not going to be funding other artists.
They can if they want to, if they have the financial capabilities. But crowdfunding is basically for people who are, financially stable.
Hence, you need to build that community, right? The community that will invest in these artists.
Yes.
So what is the plan there?
So we have talked to few organizations, and as a part of their CSR activities also, because a lot of plays have social issues to highlight. So as a part of their CSR activities also, they would like to fund. Or there are enough potential investors, just like how it works in stock.
So you will have sales teams approaching.
Yes.
And so that is there in your plan?
Yes, that is there.
Can you share that?
So marketing and advertising and salaries and wages, so in that, if you look.
I think it's a beautiful idea, perhaps a little idealistic, but let's just have others asking questions as well.
We have bifurcated for every segment as well. So you can have look at like Quab. If our target is going to be sold these many tickets, the ticketing revenue, the number of members that we are targeting in first year, the membership revenue that we are expecting, and that's the total Quab for first year. Similarly, for Zid, we have done 5,000 bookings in first year with average value of 25,000 per gig, and the commission comes out to be this. And we want to onboard approximately 1,500 venues with a subscription revenue. And these are the milestone badge revenue, as I was talking about Zit, that once you reach a certain milestone, then also we'll be deducting the piece. This is for Book, and similarly for all the segments we have done.
So these would be also venues that would be on Book My Show and other platforms, insider.in.
Yeah, we thought that eventually, so our mentor told that you should eventually think of partnering with Book My Show instead of being their competitor in Quab only. So what could be our value proposition to Book My Show is the data analytics that we provide about each and every artist. So they'll have an idea. Okay, this is a diamond badge owner artist. So they would want to onboard such artists to increase their sales as well. So it's going to be a trade, and we want to eventually partner with Book My Show.
Also, in long term, we are thinking of partnering and collaborating with the tourism and the hospitality industry as well, because in the fourth phase of our scalability, we actually want to launch in the tier 3 cities and as well as the rural areas, just to promote the folk culture over there. So that is one of the things that the Book My Show cannot replicate. So that is, I feel like, this is the USP of our platform.
Yeah. And the consumer base that we already have, because these 600 people are part of our community that we conducted survey already.
So your current database is 600?
We just conducted, for ours, because there's no consolidated data that you get in this industry. It is very unorganized in nature, and there's not a single app. You can see in USA, like Kickstarter is there, Behance is there, and we see them making revenues crazy, like 30 million
But that too, they are only catering to one single segment, the way we are catering to 4 segments separately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a roaring welcome to the dynamic trio from Team Pitchkers of IIM Bangalore. With a mission to stimulate copyright detection and compliance using AI, these brilliant minds are about to take us on a journey through the future of digital protection. They were guided by their mentor, Kshitij Marwa, CEO of Tesseract. Please welcome Sarguru and Rishabh to the stage. Unfortunately, Sushma from the team couldn't join us here today, but nevertheless, let's have a big round of applause for Team Pitchkers.
All right, the final edits are done. Time to share this with my audience. They're going to love it. What? Another copyright claim. But this was supposed to be free music. As a YouTuber, dealing with copyright issues is a nightmare. I'm always second guessing every song, every clip, every sound effect I use. Even the so-called free music are getting flagged. And the worst part, fighting these claims or getting licenses through third-party vendors like Divo is so expensive. Without getting the required copyrights, the revenue I generate is also shared to someone else. It's very exhausting, and I spent more time dealing with this legal stuff than actually creating content. Is there no solution to this?
Introducing Copyright, powered by Reliance, a revolutionary AI-powered copyright management tool designed to support content creators. This tool serves as a bridge between copyright owners and content creators, simplifying the process of acquiring licenses. Copyright offers advanced AI-powered scanning, automatically detecting copyrighted music, visuals, and audio before the video is uploaded. Within seconds, it alerts you to potential copyright issues. Copyright also provides AI-powered background music tailored to your content, allowing creators to seamlessly enhance their video with originality and especially royalty-free music. The platform provides customizable licensing, personalized for each content creator. It also offers AI-based content improvement tips and legal support to all its members. So now let's look at how it works. Though user first uploads the video to the platform, the tool scans the video for any copyrighted content and provides a list of detected items. It then gives a direct link to obtain the required licenses, which are then fetched from our repository of pre-purchase licenses. If desired, the creators can also generate custom AI music that matches their video's tone and mood. With these features, copyright makes content creation easier, more efficient, and legally compliant, all while offering enhanced creative flexibility.
Why do we believe copyright will work? Let's look from our stakeholders' perspective. For content creators, we solve their pain points of cost, revenue generation, and help them generate better quality content. For YouTube, if content creators become better, it means that the overall content quality of YouTube goes up, in turn increasing ad revenue for them. Finally, for the copyright owners, it brings in reach for their content and becomes a new revenue stream for them. We see that there is a huge market size to be catered to, even if we are targeting only YouTubers. The industry is growing at a 20% growth rate. Talking about finance, we observe that we can be profitable if we use a 10% revenue share model, which will also be very feasible to the content creators. Here's a glimpse of how content creators are perceiving our product. 78% of the content creators we interviewed showed strong interest in using copyright. Creators from various genres appreciated features like alternative music recommendations, integrated legal support, and the platform's revenue sharing model. With scalable revenue sharing model and a seamless AI-powered licensing system, this solution brings together practicality and innovation for a future where copyright hurdles are a thing of the past.
If I am a content creator and I do not know that the next content I create is going to be a hit or a miss, what confidence will I go and buy a copyright license from, which again is very costly? This is the problem that we are trying to solve here using copyright. So we'll be providing two tools, Copyright Pro and Copyright Create. So Copyright Pro is basically a version where you are able to fetch all the copyrights you require for a particular video, and Copyright Create will be an AI tool using which you'll, instead of purchasing the license, you'll be creating your own AI generated music which aligns to the needs of the user. So every content creator is eligible to use Copyright Create, but for Copyright Pro, we have a eligibility criteria which is going to be determined through a few metrics like the subscriber count he has, his or her financial reports, and the genre of the content that they are creating. Now let's talk about the technology stack involved here. So once the user uploads his video to the portal, our model is going to analyze it in 3 layers, video, audio, and metadata, using which it's going to identify all the copyright infringement that has occurred in the video. Now if the user also wants the AI to generate the music for it, then it also extracts other information like the genre of the music, genre of the video, the theme of the video, and the mode of the overall content. Now let's talk about the market. Here, when we compare it with the other options that the content creators currently have, we see that copyright outperforms them in a few parameters, like the cost is very low, the risk is being shared, and we provide a legal protection.
Our primary analysis tells us we have a high demand for copyright. 64% of the content creators have a need for this product, and 78% are ready to join copyright. So we have created 3 customer personas to have a deeper understanding of our target segment so that we can tailor our approach better. Following the launch, we plan to implement an omnichannel marketing strategy, which includes cold emailing, LinkedIn outreach, content marketing, participating in conventions, and word of mouth. Our timeline has a 1-year development phase, which means we will launch the product in the 2nd year, and this is when we start to generate revenue. We expect to acquire 100 customers for Copyright Create and 30,000 customers for Copyright 100 customers for Copyright Pro and 30,000 customers for Copyright Create in the 1st year post-launch. Now on financials, the major cost component for our product is licenses. Taking an industry average and applying a 25% bulk purchase discount, it comes to around 56,000 per license. YouTube typically charges 50% of revenue for content creators, which is way higher than the 10% we charge. The revenue, based on the income of our customers, comes to around 10.8 crores per annum. With 30%, assuming 30% of customer rate growth, we expect to break even in 3rd year. On scalability, we plan to scale by expanding to complementary products and eventually expanding into international markets. Now on to prototype.
To connect to your YouTube account, upon login, enter your channel details like genre, number of subscribers, length, and the past 3-month AdSense report. Based on this information, we determine if you qualify for copyrights Pro version with a revenue sharing model. If eligible, we will guide you to the consent form for revenue sharing. Upon acceptance, this will be your project dashboard. You can upload your video from here and copyright will instantly scan it for copyright infringements, showing any detected content with precise timestamps. Next, you'll see the option to secure licenses for each track. For users not in the Pro version, we provide Copyright Create, where we use our AI tool to create a background music, the same genre, mood, sentiment, tempo, and other factors. Once everything is finalized, hit the share button to export the video seamlessly, knowing that your content is copyright compliant.
Thanks. I think it's an idea that's been tried by a few people before, but I think what you're using is a high-end AI engine to very quickly map. Did I get the idea correct?
Yeah, so we are, from the AI perspective, we'll be using it in two spaces. So for Copyright Pro, we are basically using AI to detect whether there's a copyright content already available or not. So what YouTube currently does, the content ID system, they actually do an exact match of song whether it's there present or not. But YouTubers are finding a workaround around it. They're just increasing the speed or increasing the frequency and adding a lot of distortion to it, which the tool is not able to detect. So instead, what we are offering is we are gonna analyze the waveform of the sound that is being uploaded. So all the data mapping and matching is gonna be done on a database that's purely the waveform of the music and not the actual audio file. So that is the one part of AI. The second part of AI is for AI Create, where we are gonna generate a new music for the content creator. So if he's not either eligible for our Pro version or is not able to buy it on his own, so we say that we are going to give you our own AI generated music which matches to your needs for the video.
Okay. The follow-up is more on the financial side. So currently, YouTube CPMs are around 70, 80 rupees CPM, right? 55% will be kept by YouTube. Now, what is the 10% that you will take? Is it of the balance 45 that you're taking 10%? How is the model exactly working?
So, sir, YouTube charges 55 to around 87% if there's a copyrighted content, and YouTube does not keep it; it goes to the right holders.
So there are two things here. So suppose I was to create a video and put it on YouTube and monetize it, YouTube will keep 55% of the revenue. Unless it's a negotiation. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so this point is like, if I'm a content creator and I have not purchased the copyright license. So if I'm making a cover song for a video and I'm uploading it, so I have not purchased a copyright license. So in that case, YouTube is going to give 55% or more. Actually, the number is not clear. Even the content creators are not being shared this particular number. So this is the average that we got from the interviews. They say that much amount they're not even seeing. So it's going to the actual copyright owners.
Just to add on to that, the reason it is from 55 to 87% will depend on the what music of copyright segment is used. So they can use just 4 seconds of music, they can use the lyrics, so a lot of smaller segments in that. So on average, minimum 55% they are taking it and giving to the content creators, so the right holders. So content creators will either not earn any money at all or will earn very negligible money from YouTube.
Just be sure about the model. So suppose I've registered and I can make revenue. Typically 55% of it will be taken by YouTube. So say if I'm JioCinema and I upload my content onto YouTube, any ad revenue that is made based on the CPM, 55% will be taken by YouTube. How they redistribute it, etc., is a different matter. My simple question is, so where are you making your 10%? Is it on the balance 45 that the content creator gets, or is it out of the 55% that you will be able to negotiate with YouTube and get? So,
what content creators get?
What content creators get?
Can I see your capex, please? I didn't. Means when you say data acquisition cost,
Is it so low an amount in lakhs?
Will be how we are positioning is we are going to be collaborators with the music label. So what we give for music labels to be collaborators with us is entirely new revenue stream. So this pricing is negotiable, which will be done in the deal with the music labels. But what we give to them is entirely new revenue stream. So if today 100 people are buying copyrights from them for a particular song, we are just going to provide 100 more copyrights that we are going to be purchasing from them.
When you're uploading a video, how will you immediately scan? You need to spend a lot of capex to say within how many minutes can you say that this is either has a copyright or does not. What is the timeline?
So yeah, the model is still under, it's an ideation project. So the data we are going to be getting from the music labels.
That means are you directly connected to all music? I'm asking the time.
The time to analyze the model.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not very sure about the exact numbers, but we will already have a pre-trained model that's gonna be trained and kept ready just to analyze this particular video. So if it finds this particular timestamp has a match, a perfect match or a fuzzy match, then it's gonna just pop up that
you're scanning millions of songs or anything else within those few minutes. You can't be working with such a low capex, no?
Okay, we'll definitely look into that.
I'm still not sure of what's actually the business, because is the business to develop the AI model which will help you generate this revenue? Then you're effectively competing with YouTube and all these platforms itself, who will be also developing these kind of softwares and the models, right?
I'm sorry, sir?
So what is the business? What's the competitive moat of the business? Why would this not get replicated by YouTube, by various other uploading platforms?
Yeah, so I'll take this. We have a proprietary AI model. So we'll have our own developing team.
You have built or
no. It's a planned project. So we will be hiring our own teams, product managers and developers, and we'll be creating our own AI model. So especially for the music generation thing. So how we differentiate from the current players in the market. So there is this company called Beethoven.ai, Bangalore-based startup that actually takes in information from the user, like the genre of the music you want, the mode of the music you want, and it also creates a music.
No, that's a music creation platform. But your revenue is also coming from copyrights, right? Copyright prevention.
Yeah, so that's a copyright pro version.
So what's the split of the revenue between Copyright Pro and Copyright
Sir, for Pro.
So Copyright Pro is, if I see the second year, it's around 66% of the revenues, or 70% of the revenues,
Yes,
right?
sir. So Copyright Pro, we are having 10% of revenue sharing with them. But with our Copyright Create, we are just using the AI tool for the content creators to create their own track. For that, we are charging only 1% of the revenue, not much. That is because we want to have them create better content and upload in YouTube so that they can grow, so that eventually we can grow.
For AI generated content, basically we won't have any variable cost. So for purchasing license, we will be having that cost incurred. So that's why we are calibrating a particular revenue share for a user. But for the AI generated thing, will not be having a variable cost. So we have the AI development cost as such. So that's why we are having a very low revenue sharing model for Copyright Create.
I have a trivia question. As you moved on years on your financial numbers, your decimal points also seem to be moving a point more. But when you reflected total expenses and net profit, you're down to a single decimal point. Any reason for that?
No, sir, I just, for easy viewing, decimal point, I just kept it one decimal point for the last row.
Thank you, team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, teams. What an incredible set of presentations by all our top 10 teams. Can we please have a huge round of applause for all of them?
So, how's everyone feeling right now? Teams, a bit relieved? Or a bit anxious for the results? Or maybe it's what I'm feeling hungry. Well, so I think it's time for a well-deserved lunch break. Let's take some time to relax and refuel while our esteemed jury deliberates with the results. We'll reconvene in 45 minutes post-lunch, and we'll have the results announced then. So enjoy your lunch, everyone. And just to let you know, we have photo booths outside as well, so why don't you click some pictures while you're headed for lunch. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, check, hello.
Mic 1, 2, test. हेलो हेलो फेंकने का सर में
back, everyone. I hope everyone had a great lunch and everyone's ready to hear the results.
How are you all feeling? Anxious? Excited that it's over? Feeling okay? Great. I think now that the energy is fine, we are okay, we are all comfortable, let's keep the momentum going. As an organization, we believe everyone is a winner. You all have proved this today by making it this far and having the courage to pitch your ideas and doing this so well. But of course, we all want to know who the ultimate winners are. So it's time to invite our esteemed jury members to join us on stage to announce the results.
Can we have a big round of applause once again?
And why don't we start with the PPO results? Yes.
Is it me? Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for a wonderful day. I'm sorry I had to miss a couple of sessions, but from whatever I saw, incredible amount of effort, incredible amount of innovation, and I think, I hope all of you did enjoy the process. Did you all, or? That seems quite weak. But I'm sure the team around here will seek feedback in terms of how to make it a lot more enjoyable on the last day, especially if you're feeling quite tired. I understand some of you had to come here very early in the morning.
Everybody.
Okay. So, as all of you know, this process of the pitch and the presentations were designed, of course, with the objective of sparking entrepreneurial ideas amongst all of you. And through the process, as you're aware, during the semifinals round, we actually did a fair amount of analysis amongst all the participants, and it's on that basis and the quality of idea, etc., that we've come to this pre-placement offers, which is a part of the Reliance Emerging Leaders Program. Very happy to announce that two offers are being rolled out. First is Rishabh Kothari from XLRI Jamshedpur. And the second offer is for Osho from SIBM Pune.
Why don't we actually start with the actual award winners for today's grand event?
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is my very first time being able to participate. in this event. Very fun and enlightening and exciting. It's really fun to hear new ideas and people trying to change the world. Hope the feedback wasn't too tough, but obviously that's a good learning experience. You know, creating great ideas and really bringing them to life requires really taking a look, getting feedback, and moving forward in that. And with that, I'm definitely pleased to announce the top 3 winners. So the first award we'll mention is the Popular Choice Award. And the winner of that would be Tup Tup Barsa Pani from Micah Ahmadabad. Okay, now getting exciting for the number 2 award, which is the ultimate runner-up. So that sounds pretty good to me. So this award would go to the alchemists from Masters Union School of Business. Okay, now for the moment of truth. So the ultimate winner, I'll get right to it, is the Lucknowis from Lucknow IMM.
Can we please have all the teams on stage? Yes. No, please.
With the jury, please.
Jury members.
Can we have all the teams, finalists, please, on the stage?
Come on, everybody.
participants, you did this when you came, so can you say TUP on the count
Yes.
of 3? Oh, he's adjusting people still. All good? Oh, there's a mic here somewhere. Okay, it's your mic.
You're not good enough model.
Is Mehul happy? Mehul, all good? All right. At the count of 3, we have to say TUP, okay? Okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. TUP! Should we do season X? Okay.
Oh, okay.
On count of 3, season X. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Season X!
It's a wrapper. Woo!
Yes, everyone. Just look normal, smile.
Look normal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, champion, champion, champion.
Thank you so much, jury, and thank you so much, teams.
Thank you, everybody. Thank
for
you,
coming for the
members.
photograph. Congratulations to all our winners of TUP Season X. With that, I would like to invite Blossom to express our gratitude with a vote of thanks.
Yes. Can we please have a mic?
Sorry to keep you waiting, but I have to do this. It is a privilege for me to be standing here on behalf of Team TUP to thank a few people. The students that came here know that our values are very important to us, and one of our important values is one team. The way we see this is through what has happened today. First and foremost, can we please give it up for our fabulous 6 jury members? Let's have a huge round of applause for them. I mean, just you made it difficult, but also made it super, super interesting. Thank you to all of you for flying down from various locations despite your busy schedules. Thank you to the mentors, Aditi, Ashish, Farooq, Jasminder, Kshitij, Lavanya, Manjula, Neha, Nishant, and Sahas. I'm sure the teams will appreciate the kind of guidance that they received throughout this competition, but particularly before the grand finale. To our leadership across hydrocarbons, geo, and retail, specifically Ashwini, GRV, Sanjay Jog, Rahul Mukherjee, Luna, Siddharth, and Aarti, for your constant guidance throughout. And of course, when I'm talking about thanking leadership, I have to thank Mr. Arun Negi, who's standing at the console there, for constantly giving us the right nudges at the right time and the right place. This would not be possible without you, Arun. Thank you. Amay Mashelkar and George Paul from GeoGen Next. So interestingly, just for everyone's attention, they mentored these teams right at the start, and not just the national finalists, but every single registered participant, which was something different that happened. So thank you, Amay and George. To our high potential caps, they evaluated all the ideas at the start. To our RELs, I don't know where you are, but you helped us either through volunteering today, Srijan, Shiba, Satvik, Pratik, you did a great job, or through the hosting that you did throughout at the start. You were amazing. To all the leaders that were part of the launch event, elimination, semi-finale, We could not do this without your esteemed presence. I want to mention the parents that took the time to make it here. Let's all give them a standing ovation. And I think it's super, super important that you're here. Thank you. Thank you for coming and encouraging your kids to do what they do. TUP would not be possible without a few internal teams that helped us. PNC, procurement and contracting, they were here a little while ago. Thank you for ensuring that we get the right platform, which is RCP and all its amenities for this initiative. Corporate services, you provide us with the canvas to do what we do. Geo Talks, of course, my favorite people behind that console. They take care of the lights, camera, action, and everything that goes on in this GeoTalks auditorium. So give it up for the people behind the console there. To our HR fraternity, it's so sweet to see you come and cheer on the teams in such large numbers. Thank you for making it. You're sitting there and smiling. Thank you so much for being here. And of course, our hosts. Firstly, I want to thank Abhay. Abhay Ahuja recently joined us as a REL from the 2024 batch. Abhay, just say hi because you did a fab job today. Let's have a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And of course, Meenal Chandel. You not only hosted like a pro today, she's also the program manager of the Ultimate Pitch. So everything that you see today, she has orchestrated. A big, big round of applause to Meenal. And of course, Meenal will not let me go easy if I do not thank the wonderful, wonderful team. I think none of this would be possible without your dedication and passion that you bring to the table. So I've written down the names because I do not want to miss anyone. But Meenal, of course, you. But Merin, Nikita, Avni, Karthik, Arnav, Supriya, Ashmita, Vaibhavi, you are the best team ever, and thank you for making TUP such a grand success this year. None of this would be possible without you. And lastly, the Ultimate Pitch started with a simple idea. In fact, this itself was, the Ultimate Pitch, the competition itself started with an idea. And it is to propagate the entrepreneurial spirit among the youth. And therefore, it goes without saying that this event is only possible because of the passion and the pitches that you put forward. So students, this one's for you. TUP is because of you, and it is for you, and it always will be. So big, big round of applause to you. With that, the Ultimate Pitch Season 10 is officially over. Please remember us.
Yes.
God. Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you so much. Over to you guys. Let's wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blossom. In fact, thank you so much. A big shout out to Blossom and Arun for the opportunity. Thank you so much, both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's spectacular event. Thank you all for being a part of this incredible season, the milestone season, Season X. I'm sure this has been a valuable learning experience for all of us today, and we all feel deeply inspired by the brilliant pitches by our top 10 teams. To all the teams, your passion, dedication, and innovative ideas have truly made this event exceptional. With that, we bring the Ultimate Pitch Season X to a close. Thank you, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you in the next season. Thank you.
Thank you so much.